Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. I hope you're well. I hope you missed me because I missed you. And yesterday we didn't have a stream because I teach yoga on Friday evenings. And normally we start late anyway. But yesterday I had a few things to sort out, life things. And all is well. And I'm so glad to be back here with you today. And I hope you're ready for a spot of stitching with me today. Okay, so today, well, Tuesday, if you're regulars, you probably know that Tuesday has been my GeckoRouge day. So I restarted this piece just less than a month ago, maybe last 3-4 weeks. And it's been going so well. I'm just falling in love with this piece all over again. And if you don't know what happened to my 1.0 of this project, it's captured on archive. Okay, just look up the GeckoRouge piece and you will know what happened to this piece. Well, I had to start all over again after 2.5 years of stitching. Okay, I had very good reasons, and everybody here knows the reason, will agree with me. So this piece is from GeckoRouge, of course. It's from Collin Thompson. He's very well known in the jigsaw world as well. And this piece is called Craft Cupboards, and it's epic. Just wait till me showing you this markup here. If you haven't seen it, brace yourself. Here we go. This is the full piece, okay? It's hard to describe the actual size of it. But if you think about heaven and earth, if you're familiar with supersize heaven and earth, it's larger than that. Probably, a fair bit larger in terms of stitch counts. And so it's an epic piece. It's full of surprises every corner. I've been looking at this pattern for nearly 3 years now. And each time I look at it, and I discover new things, just like our last stream and the previous ones. Every single time, wherever I turn, there are surprises. So this piece is full of mystery and full of surprises and Easter eggs, and I'm so looking forward to stitching and moving forward and discover all the secrets with you. So let me show you my app here. So let me just zoom out so you know where I am, okay? Because just looking at my hoop is probably hard to appreciate exactly where I am on the piece here. So you've never seen this before? Yes, there you go. This is the entirety of the piece here, and I'm right at the bottom and the center as well. So the second attempt here, 2.0, I decided to do a center bottom start. So the last piece, the last version, I started like a good girl from upper left there. And let me show you where I was with the last piece. So this is the markup with simulated with all the actual stitches. I started here last time, and with this red birdhouse or whatever it is, and weird and wonderful objects. And so I can't remember the percentage, maybe about 15%. Nearly 3 years I was about 15%. And it's just show you how intricate and how large this project is. And then, but this time I didn't want to restart from the same spot. So I look left, right, center and everywhere, and I decided to start from the bottom here. So you can see these, I think they're Russian dolls of some sort, and some bowl like stacked together on the right there, and maybe a broken one, I don't know. And then my goal, I'm attracted to this little orange kitty here. I know it's an abstract version of the kitty, but I thought, well, this will be a very good place to start. And this is where I am. I'm absolutely not upset about my progress here. Let me show you my number here, okay? So you get an idea. Let me just remove my last sprint there. So you don't get clues on how many stitches I did last. Erase the evidence. So currently, look at me. 0.56. I have crossed 0.5%. Yeah, round of applause for Yogi. Okay, not bad. I did a little bit of homework here. You know, you could call it cheating. No, I stitch behind your back sometimes, you know, when I have some time. So I put a few more stitches here. Now I've crossed 5%. I'm very pleased. You know, once you cross 0.5% is a lot closer to 100%, isn't it? I think. And if you look at the left side panel at the bottom there, 149, that's the number of colors involved in this project. So it's not max color sort of category, you know, sort of area, but you know, it's not bad. There are quite a lot of numbers involved, and in terms of number of stitches, I'm slightly over 5,000. Not bad at all. So today I'm going to start a new sprint right here in front of you, okay? And what it does is it's going to capture every single stitch I'm going to be stitching with you today. And by the end of the stream, the regular knows we play a game. We play a game called Guess My Stitches. And as it says on the tin, you get to guess the number of stitches I have accomplished in this session. And it's thrilling and it's riveting because you have no idea, I have no idea, and your guess is just as good as mine and everybody else's. Okay, so we play that game. So stay with me here and we'll chat. We will, you know, we'll enjoy the stitching together. And I would like to know what you're bringing to this session today with you. And so here we go. So before I get to stitch a single stitch, of course, as usual, and you know, I'll talk to you a little bit about how I'm going to proceed with this piece today and give you some, you know, general spec of this piece. I want to say hello to you, and I missed you yesterday, so I am going to scroll up if I can and say hello to you, okay? Oh, it doesn't let me do that. Let me have a look. Yes, I just lost a little bit of the chat in the beginning for some reason. Did we lose the chat there somewhere? And if so, I wasn't paying attention. I just lost a whole bit of chat in the beginning, but it doesn't matter. Let's have a look. Okay, who are here with me today? So we've got Sarah. Sarah is providing a new quote for us. Sorry, I can't highlight it for some reason. Technical problem here. But Sarah is providing us daily quote here. Sarah says, if you can dream it, you can do it, by Walt Disney. He definitely dreamed and he did it. Whatever he, you know, he built a dream world for the world, whether you like it or not. And also we have Sandra. Sandra is also here as well. Says good morning, good evening, everyone. And Small Town Stitches as well says hello. And Colette is also here. Hello, hello. And Motif Stitcher. Good evening, everyone. Happy stitching indeed. Let me just have a look here, see what's going on here. My highlighter is playing up there, so bear with me, okay? I would like to highlight some of your chat here. And Leslie is also here. Hello, hello. And Michelle Brown, Betty Lou says, hello, Tuesday. Yes, indeed, it's only Tuesday. It feels like, I don't know, it's almost weekend. It feels like weekend. And Nikki is also here as well. Beautiful, stitchy people indeed. And Joyce is also here with us. And Lona as well. And Siobhan is also here. Sarah VM, so good to see you. And Vaduhi, hello. It's been a while. And Lona has joined us as well. And let's have a look. Claudia is also here, and Ashley Wilkinson is joining us in the chat, and Lizzie as well, Silver Stitches. And who else have we got here? River is also here. Hello, good to see you, River. And Grace Houston is also in the chat. And I'll come back and catch up with your comments here. I want to say hello to everybody. And Live with Natty is also here. So good to see you. And Betty Hankins. And yes, thank you, everyone. If I missed anybody, please give me a little wave, okay? And I can't read very well. I do my best. I do my best. And so let me have a look. Let me just refresh my little chat panel there to see what's going on there, okay? Just to make sure that I capture your chat properly there. And let me know if there's any technical issues on your end, because I don't always know. You can always give me, raise a little bit of alarm there and let me know what's going on there, okay? And Dolby has joined us, and welcome. Oh, yes, beautiful progress, Yogi. Thank you so much. I'm really, really pleased. And so, give you a quick summary of the spec. This is 28 count plain fabric here. Okay, and this is currently my favorite fabric count. I never thought I'd say that. Prior to starting this channel and look at all your work, I couldn't even dream about, I never even thought about trying out 28 counts. 25 was my max, and I felt, I'm okay with that. And I tried 28, and I love it, and I love this fabric. It's so light, you can see my fingers from underneath. That's how light it is. And I'm doing 1/1 full cross with DMC, and the fullness is just perfect. It's just perfect. It's not too tight at all, even when I'm stitching sort of boxed in stitches. So it's perfect. And let me have a look. I don't know why I can't scroll this my panel here. That's a bit so I can only see, because I got this panel where I can highlight your chat, your comments, right? And it's malfunctioning. I don't know what's happening here. And so I will try my best. I can only see the latest one, so I try to capture it as much as I can. Otherwise, I'll read it out, okay? So, and guys, let me know what you were stitching with me today. And I've got some update for, our daily stitching timetable here as well. And I'll share that with you in a bit. And you let me know what you think, okay? Jackie is here. Jackie says, official lurker here. Welcome. Working on traveling library because I don't have anything GeckoRouge. Well, the GeckoRouge Day, Tuesday, is kind of my own sort of, unofficial SAL day. So rather than stitching along, I'm kind of stitching alone sometimes. If you have a GeckoRouge project, then bring it and join me. Okay, so I felt like I'm less of, like stitching alone here. I know many of you have a GeckoRouge project as well. So while we're chatting, okay, moving forward and enjoy our session, let me pick a color here. So in terms of method, I have left it quite free right now, and this is one of my favorite methods right now as well. It's kind of just free range to a certain extent, but not going totally rogue. I'm not doing an extreme cross country like Nikki would be doing, most of the time, because Nikki is a extreme athlete. I'm not. I'm slightly more conservative. So I do my best to wander off, but I do have some rules in terms of where I would go. And so I've been doing sort of cross country, following the pattern to a great extent, and also pick the colors I like to do at that any moment in time. So I am going to use this feature on Saga here, okay? And I'm going to pick a color here. Guys, should I do a little bit of a 310? As you can see, there's a whole bunch of 310 I've been trying to avoid here. Should we start with a little bit of a 310 stitching there, right, while we're chatting, and catch up as well? And let's have a look. Oh, is it crashing? Who's crashing? I found, I think the number of viewers kind of dropped suddenly and then came back up. So I don't know whether there's any glitches going on. I was just talking, fully focused. I didn't notice. So hopefully if there's anything playing up, just refresh your browser, refresh the stream. Hopefully that's gonna fix it. And if there's anything that's looking weird on my end, please let me know as well. Just raise the alarm. You know how to raise the alarm with a reaction, right? So I know. I don't know why my highlighting chat panel is broken today. So I'll see what we can do here, okay? And Dolby is sharing the project, says Stitchy friend, watching from work today. Beautiful progress. Yes, we saw this one earlier on, and we have a club of viewers that they watch from where they work or doing chores, and particularly at work as well. We're keeping them company until break time, until home time. Okay, let's do a little bit of a 310 stitching. How's that? And Janine is also here, says, hello, Stitchy friends. And Mandy Moran is also here. Great to see you. Thank you for a little wave. If I haven't said hello to you for any reason, just wave at me, okay? And Alison says, evening, everyone. Still on Marchetti Atrium. There's Chiro Marchetti. Monday sales up to this point, and then during now I made area smaller to work on. Oh, wonderful. And drinking Pepsi as well. And let me just pick my 310 here and get it going, okay? So I am going to pick this one. I think a little bit of 310 stitching is a nice start, because in the beginning of sessions I like to work on stronger colors. Just how I like it. So it just gets things going. I can do many stitches. Look at that. Look at my chart. That's like an ocean of 310 going on there. It's number 16 on GeckoRouge. They don't tell you actual thread numbers, but I'm pretty sure that's 310. Nikki will know. Nikki is 310 expert. She's got cones, she both buys 310, and she will go to local DMC stores and just clear all the 310 DMC threads. Oh, if you see Nikki coming to near your local DMC shops, just rush over there and get all the 310 before she arrives, okay? And here we go. So the needle of my choice for single strand is always 28. If I do single strand, I do 28. It doesn't matter what fabric count. And same, if I'm doing 2 strands, 26. It keeps things simple. And it doesn't matter if it's 16 counts or 25 counts. 25 counts, I don't do 2 strand, but up to 22, I think. So there you go, ocean of 310 waiting for me right here. So let's have a look. Chloe C says, hello everyone, I've been away since Thursday. I got back yesterday. Have missed the streams. Glad to be back. Oh, I hope you had is it holiday or while you're away? I'm so glad you're back. And if you miss any streams, we have everything archived, okay? So you can watch the replay, do your homework, so you can catch up with all the latest and greatest topics that we talk about here. And every stream is a surprise. We always talk about, oh, I follow your lead, if the chat wants to go there, I follow you. Most of the time, unless it's some sort of danger zone that that I need to pull you guys back. It doesn't happen, no. But wherever you like to go with the chat, we go. We talk about stitching, but we talk about all sorts of things as well. So here we go, a bit of 310 stitching here. It feels great. It feels great. It's nice and easy. And Michelle Fuller is working on Traveling Library, and there are a few comments that you made earlier. I'll try to go back. Okay, my highlighting panel here is playing up. I can't scroll back. So I have another a phone in front of me that I can scroll back, but I can only read it. So Michelle Fuller is working on traveling library and drinking hot tea. How lovely, how lovely. I've got freshly brewed coffee, and I've got a cup of mint tea waiting for me as well in a flask. Let me take a sip of my coffee. How lovely. Wonderful. And Janine is working on, let's have a look. Janine's working on Christmas Angel. When I get her face done, I'll post on the Facebook page. Oh, the angel's face. That's got to be lovely. Yes, I can't wait to see that. And Claudia says, today I'm working on getting the thread sorted out for my start of quick stitch. Oh, kitchen. Oh, I didn't know there was a quick stitch version. Yes, it's by Chiroma Kitty, and I've got a mini version. I didn't know there was a quick stitch version as well. That's lovely. So with Heaven and Earth, even quick stitch, if you don't know, it's a cropped out area of the artwork that they kind of chart accordingly. So it's not a cropped area of the chart. It's a cropped area of the artwork, and then they chart it accordingly. So I don't know in terms of size. In terms of the size, technically smaller, but it's by no means, easier to stitch. It's smaller, but it can still be very confetti. And I know that for a fact because, Amy Stewart's piece, Little Cake Shop, which I love. Now I've got max color version, but my first attempt of the piece was actually a quick stitch version. It was confetti, okay? So if you think quick stitch is quick or easy, no. It's just a cropped out area, sometimes a highlight of a piece. So sometimes a piece you've got backdrops and, whatever else. It picks the kind of highlighted area, maybe the most juicy area, if you like to think about it that way. And so it's very interesting, and it's slightly smaller as well. So, maybe for some of you, it feels more manageable. And Vaduhi says, oh, my highlighting panel is definitely broken. So I should just give up on that one and just read, okay? Vaduhi says, I was in office last week. That's why I was MIA this week, missing in action. I'm working from home so I can watch you. Wonderful. Working from home is a nice option. And I think, people have more choices, particularly after the COVID situation. A lot of company culture kind of fundamentally changed. Most companies now, even corporate companies, they give employees more options to work from home if they choose to, maybe a couple of days a week or something like that. I think, it's fundamentally shifted how companies view how people can work. And nowadays, people working on computer, they're all linked together remotely. So in a way, it's not essential for people to be, in the same physical space all the time. Even though it helps, it helps with the team spirit and you get banter. But, there are live things going on there. Sometimes it's just nice to be able to, have some leeway there. Let's have a look here. Let me scroll back a little bit. I don't want to miss out if you have shared your project. Okay, let me know what you're working on there. And Lona says, I was able to get the floss I needed to do the traveling library. I've got a pattern. Oh, into saga now. Round of applause, Lona. She says, however, I still need to get the fabric to do it. Yes. That's good. Now you've got everything sorted. I remember the last session, Lona was trying to work out how to load it up on Saga. It's a little bit fiddly, so be patient. And once you get it up there, it's there. No problem. And you can get a lot of help, support from our Facebook group. The members, they're just so kind, they're angels. And they will help you even convert the charts for you if you need it. If you want to bypass, all the fiddling, the option is there as well. So join the Facebook group there. And also for those of you who weren't here for the last, few sessions, if you remember, we've got some new emojis there, which I create myself. Okay, how special is that? A lot of content creators, they get people to do it. I create my own emoji for my members. It's the labor of love. So we've got a few additions there. And it'll be so fun if you use them. It's ours. And now we have channel membership now. If you'd like to join and support me on the daily stream here, you're welcome to join the membership. So the join button is at below the video, just above the description there, below the stream title there. So I appreciate your support, and I'm so moved that all the regulars have joined the members as members and support me on this journey with you. Thank you so much. And there will be more emojis coming, okay? And I've got some plans for our member-only content as well. So for everyone else, the content I'm offering here, daily stream, will not change, okay? Whatever I've been offering, stay. Nothing is behind the paywall in any shape or form. And our streams, you probably notice, no ads. It's ad-free. If we stream for 10 hours, it's ad-free for 10 hours. This is just how we do it. And but there will be some extras for our members here. And I've been sort of, thinking about whether we could do kind of more focused live stream together as well. And I'll take your lead, and I'll maybe do a couple of polls there and see, what we like to do together. And also, there are a couple of things I'd like to update you in terms of our daily, weekly, weekday stitching here. So I've been thinking, they're only 7 days a week, right? And maybe for some aliens in the group, they might have more days. But normally we have 7 days a week for us mere mortals, regular stitchers. And so currently we have Monday, Chiramaketi Day, and quite a few of you are stitching Chiramaketi pieces as well. And we also have Wednesday. Wednesday is our Kim Jacob stitching day. And then on Saturday, we have Amy Stewart, right? And Amy Stewart, oh, Susan, so good to see you. I was a bit worried. Susan Chamberlain, my partner in crime in the UK, in the same time zone. I hadn't seen her, so it's good to see you. And let me just check. Rachel Morton is also here with us, if I hadn't said hello already. Hello, hello. I'm trying to catch up. And yes, I was talking about the Saturdays. And on Saturday, we have Amy Stewart. And Sunday, we also have the festive stitching as well. So I think the plan going forward, I think I'm going to free up Monday and Wednesday. So basically not to have a dedicated Chiramaketi Day and Kim Jacobs. We can continue to stitch their projects and appreciate the artwork. Absolutely, we'll continue to do that. I have many pieces from these two artists. I'm sure you do as well. And but I think my plan is to free up those 2 days, so we no longer have kind of official Saturday as such. But my plan is, so Amy Stewart on Saturday is firmly there. Amy Day is still on, full on. Okay, it's a very popular day. And also on Sunday, we have the festive stitching until Christmas. That's the plan. But I'm thinking about maybe moving the Sunday festive stitching to Wednesday instead. So let me know what you think, because I think it's probably good to have 2 Saturdays slightly apart, and also allow, you know, people from different time zones to have the chance to join. Sunday is people probably have to get up following morning, so might not always be able to join the Sunday. Maybe have other family thing going on as well. So I think Wednesday will be very nice. Would you say? Hi Laura, hello. And so we have now, if we follow this update, we will have 2 Saturdays. So the Wednesday Saturdays will be on Wednesday, the festive stitching, and that will continue until they will continue until Christmas. Okay, I think Wednesday is seems to be a good day for most people. And Sunday, of course, if you want to do festive stitching, you can. So the rest of the days will be stitch whatever you want, because I have noticed there's a lot of diversity in terms of the artists and the projects we're doing. So it would be nice to free up, rest of the days to just do a different kind of projects, and we get to find out what each other's doing each day, and that's quite fun as well. So basically Wednesday will be our festive stitching going forward. I have to think about whether this Sunday, yes, why don't we have this Sunday just stitch whatever you want day, right? Or seasonal stitching, if you like that. You can stitch something that's peaceful, this Sunday-esque pieces. But next Wednesday will be our first festive stitching, on a new day. So basically Wednesday and Saturday will be our Saturday, and the rest of the days we stitch whatever we want, and we share projects with everybody else. So if you think that sounds good, or if you have some idea, feel free to let me know. So Rachel says, instead of festive Sunday, we should have a seasonal pieces, like winter pieces in winter. Yes, I think Sunday could be unofficially seasonal without making it official, because Sunday is one of those days you just want to do some cozy, easygoing stitching. And of course you can do festive themed, and I know not everybody celebrate Halloween, not everybody celebrate Christmas, so festive basically covers whatever you're celebrating. Okay, you want to celebrate, I don't know, pagan, that's you do you don't have to do Christmas, you don't have to do Halloween. I like the general sort of fun of those kind of themes, so you can bring whatever you celebrate with your stitching and come to stitch with me on Wednesday. Okay, no devil worshipping. Okay, if you're doing devil worshipping, then just keep it quiet, don't tell me. Okay, and no judgment from me. So that's kind of the update I want to give you. So it's going to free up 5 days of the week, and we can keep them free until we have some different ideas. We can create new themes, if that makes sense to everybody. So in a way, you don't have to come to the stream like Chira Marchetti sheepishly and through the back doors, and go, well, I haven't got a Chira Marchetti piece. So you no longer have to come through the back door. You can come through the front door with a head held high and stitch whatever you want most days, unless it's Amy Stewart Day. please go have a look at her catalog and pick one, okay? So Amy, there you still have to sneak through the back door if you don't, if you're not stitching Amy's piece. And Amy Stewart's got a huge catalog, and I'll be very surprised if you cannot find anything you like. Okay, so that's the plan. That's the plan I have in my head. And, Tuesday going forward, I might still keep it my GeckoRouge day, but, now we free up 2 Saturdays. I can bring the GeckoRouge in whenever I want. So it'll be quite nice, because I just noticed that I built up a lot more projects that may or may not fit in those days. Now I'm struggling to find days to work on them. And so I think that would be the plan. From now on, it takes effect right away with my executive decision here, okay? And if you have better ideas, please let me know. I'm happy to know your views. And River, congratulations, River. What are we congratulating? I totally miss the message before. And yes, congratulations, River, whatever it is. I'll just join in. And you can't go wrong by congratulating people, even if you don't know what's happening. Just say, hey, congratulations, well done. I don't know what's happening. And maybe I'll scroll back. If it allows me to scroll back, I will do that. Or you can give me a quick update. Okay, cheat for me, because I didn't see what happened there. And River is always doing things that is, that's remarkable. And Joy says, Sunday, stitch what you want day. Yeah, exactly. And in fact, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, they will stitch whatever you want day. So yes, that's a general theme. And now we have 3 days. Then, we can always incorporate more theme days if that may, everybody wants it. And we will do that. All right. So it's a organic process, This is something that I don't know if other channels have done before, the daily streaming. So we invent it, we make it up as we go and see what works. And if it works, we stick with it, or we change it and evolve. And ultimately, we're here to have some fun and stitch together and learn from each other. However we get there, who cares, right? We just do what we want. Oh, look at this 310 stitching. So nice. Nikki, are you envious? I'm doing so many 310 stitches. River says, Yogi, we're adopting. Let me see if I can highlight this. Oh, my panel is completely broken. I have no idea. I would love to highlight it, but here we go. I'll just read it. Yogi, we are adopting the granddaughter we've been raising for the last 14 years. Yeah. So officially, are you adopting the granddaughter as granddaughter, right? Not as the daughter. That will skip one generation. For the last 14 days, I think, I don't know the nitty-gritty, and you don't have to share, River, but I suspect it's about making it official, and that's wonderful. I heard bits and pieces about it, and River is in the process of sorting it out, and I bet it can be stressful. Anything that involves legal process and that kind of stuff can be unpredictable and time-consuming as well. So well done, River. And that's wonderful. I bet your granddaughter is feeling so loved, so loved. So well done. And we like good news. The other day we had Travis having a new baby, that kind of stuff, and someone's birthday. We love that kind of stuff. It's all about, you know, celebrating whatever is happening in our life, milestones. This is so easy. I don't have to look at a chart. I just keep going for the entire row. You know, no frogs inside because it's it's all 310. And I like to do this from time to time. I'm not always in the mood of doing, you know, just whole block of the same color, but you know, I'm feeling in the mood to do a bit of 310 block stitching. And here we are. Yes, congratulations from everyone. Oh, I see. River says she would legally be our daughter. Oh, that's interesting. So she's technically your granddaughter, but you were adopting her as your daughter. I didn't know you could do that. So basically she skips one rank. She's got promoted. That's fantastic. And yes, because 14-year-old is very, you know, it's not that far away being a grown-up. So I'm sure she's appreciating whatever you're doing for her. I bet she's overjoyed as well. So, and she's got promoted as well. And now her biological mom will be her sister. I think that's how it works. That's amazing. Wow, I didn't know you could do that. And Betty says, I love this freestyle schedule. Yes, we make it up as we go along, you know, whatever works, we do it. There's no rules, just like our stitching. We do what we like, you know. So here we go. Let me take a sip of my coffee here. River says she got baptized 2 days ago too. I was crying. Oh, I was so proud of her. I bet she's so proud of you as well. And now officially she's River's daughter. So you've gained one extra child. Sylvia is here, says everyone, and anybody if you just joined and I haven't said hello to you, just give me a little wave, okay? My chat panel is playing up today. I can just about see the latest one as it flows through. So anything I missed, and just, you know, throw something at me. Throw me a chocolate bar or something. And I'll see you, okay? And Lizzie says, I'm working on Pain-Free Craft, Blooming Whiskers by Ashworth Studios. Such a bright, colourful piece. And drinking pineapple, mango and passion fruit cordial. That reminds me. Susan, I finally got the almond milk. Yay, round of applause. Yes, milestones for Yogi's life, you know. It's like getting you know, cocoa powder. I've got a cocoa powder as well, new jar there. And almond milk, because I've been dying to make chocolate, hot chocolate. And Susan's drinking hot chocolate every live stream here. I've been watching with envy, and I've been drooling all over. So finally now I can make one. I haven't made one today, okay? Thank you, Susan. Yes, round of applause for Yogi getting her act together and get her ingredients for hot chocolate. It's taken a week, okay, of hard work. And finally, I've got it accomplished. So next session, we might have some chocolate, hot chocolate here. You know, I haven't managed to make it today, but it will happen. It will happen. We can do it. Just like Sarah says, if you can dream it, you can do it. I've been dreaming about hot chocolate, and I am going to manifest it next time, right here on the live stream. Making hot chocolate live stream, yes. Here we go. And oh, I enjoyed that. I stitched the whole strand and it perfectly ended. Alien roll here, it's beautiful. Oh, I might do another one actually. Let me have a look. Yes, I might do another one. This is very relaxing. Before I venture into confetti, let me just enjoy another 310 stitching. Okay, this is good. And here we go here. Brett has joined the Yogi Squad. Thank you so much. I wish I could highlight it. My chat panel is broken. Thank you so much. So Brett is our new member of the channel. Thank you for your support. And let me take another 310. It's number 16 on my master set here. Well, it's not really master set. I only have one GeckoRouge project. So this is my GeckoRouge thread cards. Beautiful. Thank you, Bridge. I hope you enjoy the stay. And Joy says, in Dutch, there is a nice word for filling in an area like you're doing now. Plump? Plump. Oh yeah, I found it. Yes, I can highlight Brit. Yes, how nice. It's like nice delay of like 3 minutes later. It appears on my panel there. So welcome Brit, it's official. And welcome to the club. And yes, Sarah says, welcome to the Yogi Club. Yes, you get milk and biscuits from Sarah, the Captain Alien there. So Joy says there's a nice word in Dutch for filling the area like block stitching. It's called plimp. Plimp. I like the sound of it. It's impossible to pronounce. Doesn't translate, but happy plimp. Plimping, not pimping, okay? Not pimping. I'm not pimping. It's a plimping. Yes, very nice. Oh, I don't think I can speak Dutch to save my life. I have when I was working as a designer in the corporate world, I have had to go to. Where was that? Switzerland. And in Switzerland, they speak Swiss, obviously. There's nothing to do with Dutch. I don't know why I draw that as a comparison. But I just want to explain. Because, so people over there in Switzerland, they speak Swiss, but also a lot of German as well. It depends on the area. So a lot of my colleagues there spoke German, and the sound was just impossible to produce. And I suspect Dutch is probably a little bit like that as well. So I know very little about the Dutch language, even though I know it's a beautiful bicycle city. There is a very famous kind of bicycle. It's not activist. He's not activist, but he was. His name is Michael. I can't remember his surname now. It's been a little while, but he's quite known for promoting kind of, normal cycling, if you know what I mean. Not like racing bike, that kind of stuff. So people in Holland. There's a very strong bicycle culture, and people cycle just as a transportation, like I do. They're not racing, they're not trying to show off. It's not a sport. It's just a vehicle, and I love that idea. So I was following Michael's sort of his activities for quite a while, and he's got TED Talk as well, teaching the rest of the world how to implement bicycle infrastructure and everything. So it's fascinating. So I know most of my knowledge about Holland, other than they have coffee shop, just like Joy says, coffee shop over there. is something else, you know. They sell coffee plus, and also the bicycle culture, which is beautiful. You know, people just cycle everywhere. And I kind of try to incorporate that into my life. So I have a little Brompton here, a folding bike, then I go everywhere. You know, just cycle everywhere there. It's freedom. It's freedom. And Sarah said, Lizzie says, I have also reached an historic stitch count of 1,066. Oh, I can highlight here. Yes, amazing. Well done, Silva. I think sounds like Silva is trying to, you know, send herself over to our alien club. You know, our alien club is like, if you stitch more than 1,000 a day in 24 hours, you automatically get sent to our alien club. So it's not a membership that you apply, okay? You just get sent there. It's not voluntary. Even if you don't want to, you just, you know, off you go. And just get biscuits and milk from Sarah. Sarah is our captain of the alien club there because she is an alien herself. So she's fully qualified. And she stitches for long hours, she stitches fast, and then she's stitching without gridding, okay? Oh dear. I don't know. Even Nikki doesn't do that. Even Nikki's, you know, is a little bit more sensible than that. And I know Frankie, we need to watch out for Frankie, okay? She's a no-gridder. She's a no-gridder. And Nikki is asking, okay, Nikki is interested in cones, obviously. Nikki says, Yogi, how much is a cone of DMC for you? I have no idea, but I have looked at, you know, I don't think I'm allowed to buy from US as far as DMC goes. So I have no idea, but I never seen combs being sold here. DMC combs being sold here. But just go, the only combs I ever seen was from Heaven and Earth, but it was in dollars. And also I'm probably not allowed to buy them, right? It will probably block me from buying from the UK. So I have no idea. I'm just taking a guess. Maybe some of you can Google. Susan, maybe I'll task Susan as our Google chief of Google here. I don't know if they're being sold at all. I'm guessing at least £35 plus. Do they all come in the same size? A cone is a cone. There isn't like a larger cone, smaller cone. If they all come in the same size as the US, then I'm guessing at least probably close to £40. Wouldn't surprise me because they're, you know, there's a lot of threads. I'm not getting cones anytime soon, okay, Nikki? Don't get ideas. I know Traveling Library's got a lot of 310 involved, I've been told. But I'm gonna just top it up a little bit at a time, okay? But I have no idea. So maybe someone in the UK can do a little bit Googling for us and report back, okay? Kristen is having biscuits. Silva might say, you know, is in denial of being an alien and say she's a human. Well, I'm not convinced. If you're doing over 1,000 a day, well, it's questionable. It's questionable. Some aliens don't know they're aliens. You know, some people, maybe they, for some reason, they mistakenly think that they're just, you know, a regular person, but they're actually from another planet. We all know people like that. Janine says, I have visited Denmark a while ago. It was so beautiful there. I think they speak Dutch there. I couldn't figure out one word in their language, but visit again in a heartbeat. But I bet everybody probably spoke English, right? That's the impression I got. I went to Switzerland. I don't speak Swiss or Dutch, but everybody was speaking perfect English. It's quite shocking. People, the education, the quality of education is so high there. Everybody's multilingual everywhere. Just like Joyce. That's why Joyce is so clever. But I'm sure Joyce is probably the most clever Dutch in the Dutch land. I'm pretty convinced. Oh, Susan has reported back. It's £35 on Amazon. So there you go. I think on Heaven and Earth, at least, I don't know whether they're selling it at a slightly lower price. I remember it was about $25 or something like that. So it's just probably not quite double, but close. And Brett says, thank you. I'll be needing the support when I start my first project on 25 counts, hopefully on Saturday. There you go. Which project are you starting then? How exciting. 25 count is a milestone, I think, for all stitchers, if you haven't done, 25 before. And I felt like that as well. When I first started my 25 count, I was very nervous. And to be honest, I had to try twice before I could kind of stitch meaningfully. The first time, I made a mistake of jumping from 14 counts, 16 counts, straight to 25 because I was so intrigued by single strand stitching. And that was a mistake, for me anyway. I didn't know what I was looking at. I couldn't interpret my stitches and the fabric at all. So I was quite, disappointed, and I felt slightly, defeated. But I'm glad I didn't give up. What I did was I went back to my drawing board and decided to work my way up. So instead of going from 40 to 25, probably not the best idea, I decided to work my way up from, I think it was 20. So going from 20, it still feels very Ada-like, and that was fine. And then gradually moved up to 22. And by the time I was stitching 22 comfortably, I felt that I was ready to try 25 again. So when I did, stitch 25 again the second time, it felt totally different because my eyes were adjusting to it, and also I could interpret the fabric a little bit more, because even weave is totally different from looking at Ada. Ada, you can see that white area where the stitch is supposed to go on. There's a division between stitches, right? Whereas even weave, as it suggests, is evenly woven like this. So you have to work out where the crosses are going to go on. So that was, kind of what I had to figure out. And so working up fabric count is a very good strategy. And also getting gridded fabric. I know now I'm kind of going like, oh, maybe the gridded fabric I won't get anymore because I get confused. But when I started off stitching 25, the gridding was very reassuring. It gave me confidence to move forward. So yes, I enjoy the journey, Britt. We're here for you. And, if you've come across any challenges, we're here. All the experts in the chat here is going to help you. I'm not expert, so I'll do my best. But we have many, many experienced stitchers here. And we're here to support each other, Hey, Suvi's here. Hello. I came to lurk for a while. Welcome. You can lurk as much as you like. Joy says Denmark, they speak Danish. but I get that it sounds like double Dutch. Oh, maybe I got confused. Yes, I'm terrible, Joyce. I think that blogger I was referring to, I think he may be Danish. now you mentioned Denmark. But yes, apologies. It's been a while. His name is Mikkel. And I had a little crush on him. Even though he was quite short. But he was a great speaker and very charismatic. I can't remember his surname now. But he was a photographer, and he sort of just wandered around maybe Danish street. I can't remember. I think maybe Denmark, not Holland. He would take photographs, beautiful photographs of just regular people on bicycles. And I used to love that. And I still do. I just haven't followed him for a while. But I think, if you can't speak a certain language, if you don't understand it, they will probably sound very similar. I don't know. There's certain characteristic of the language. I can probably work out, maybe this language or that language. But ultimately, if you don't understand it, you don't understand it. And we have, Marja Peterson here. We speak Danish in Denmark. Yeah. That makes sense, doesn't it? German in Germany. And Dutch in Holland. Amazing, I know. Oh, this is so nice. I just stitched the entire row of 310 here. I'm going to finish this strand and I'm going to embark on stitching some different colors, but I really enjoy this, and this has to be done because at some point these areas have to be filled in. So today I'm in the mood to do that. And Chrissy is also here. Hello. She says, hello everyone. I'm working on my Halloween piece today and drinking iced tea caramel coffee. Beautiful. And next session, I hope to have some hot chocolate. Who knows, if I can get my act together and manage to make it before the stream, I would do. And Nikki says, our combs are $25 on Amazon. Nikki's just showing off now. Just like, yeah, it's like, you've got on your Amazon, a single cone is like 35 pounds, not dollars. And ours just 25. And also it's in dollars. All right, I get it, Nikki. Stop showing off. I know. It's dirt cheap over there. It's so unfair. Entire cone. How many scans do you get for the entire cone? I bet it's like 1,000 or something like that. So you're sorted for life, Nikki. You've got all the 310s you need for all your crazy extreme cross country. Nikki, the next piece you do extreme cross country. It should be something like Snowland pieces, like white on white fabric. How's that? White. What number is white? It's just blank. Is that white as white? Yeah, just color white on white. White fabric, 32 counts, no gridding. How's that, Nikki? Are you up for it? Go. If you want a challenge, here's a challenge for you. Janine says they do speak English quite well and treat us Americans so nicely. I think they just treat, visitors really, really nicely. I had such a great chat with a gentleman where in a supermarket the tail of supermarket, and he was so well educated, and just such a great chatter. We had a great chat just at the supermarket tail, at a cash point there. And Joy says, in Switzerland, they speak German, French, and Italian as well. Probably depends on which area, right? If the area is close to Italy, maybe they would blend in some Italian as well. It's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, European continent is, everybody's bilingual. Maybe not French. French, they're just interested in speaking French, which is fair. But most countries, you know, in Europe, they're multilingual. They're very happy to speak any language that, you know, that you understand, mostly English. So it's very easy to travel. Not so much in France, I have to admit. But it's a beautiful country. And Live with Natty says, I jumped from 14 counts to 25 and instantly fell in love. I'm going to try 32 counts soon. I'm nervous for that right now. 25 and 20. Oh, 27. Is there such a thing as 27 counts? So it's very similar to 28 then. Oh, so does that mean it's not? So even weave, okay, I'm thinking sort of, you know, I was about to say that maybe even weave means it has to be sort of even number, which is not true because there's 25, isn't it? So instantly I knew that wasn't true. So Natty jumped from 14 to 25 and instantly worked out. That's very nice. Didn't work out for me. I had to work my way up. I'm just glad I didn't just give up. I was very close because I went in with high hope. I was so excited, you know, watching people stitching single strand. I went in within about 15 minutes. I just knew that, no, I cannot see anything. It's not just what I could see or cannot see. It's that I didn't know what I was looking at. It was a brand new type of fabric. I had no idea what I was doing. So, but I'm glad I tried again. And Silver says, Lizzie says, I want to try 28 counts. Yes, give it a go. You know, if it wasn't Nikki and some of you doing 28 counts that I've seen, I probably wouldn't have the courage to do it. But now I've done it. It's my favorite count so far. There's something that's just so, it's a bit more delicate than 25 at least, you know, that just the way it stitches. But in terms of the output, yes, it's pretty, but 25 is very pretty as well. So I love it, you know, even more because of the stitching experience. It just feels lighter to stitch comparing to 25. And I still love 25, you know. I have many 25 count projects. Joy says, I'm not the most clever duchy. I'm just trying to keep up appearances. Well, you're doing really well. I try to be clever and, you know, not very successfully. Janine says, they have the best food in Denmark. I think I gained about 10 pounds when I was there. I can't think of a Danish sort of staple food or what they're known of. What's What's the most famous Danish dish, I wonder? I'm trying to think. I think they probably have a lot of fries or something. I could be wrong. I'm trying to think if there are Danish restaurants in London. I don't think I ever come across any. I'm sure they are around. Maybe very, very niche. I'm not aware of any. And but I'm glad the food is good. If you go to a country, the food you don't enjoy, that is, big minus. And Britt says, I'm starting 6 Portos. Oh, another one, Nikki. So Nikki, Frankie, and also Britt. I think there are more. There are more 6 Portos, the Porto Stitchers. We're going to officially name them. So Britt says, I'm starting 6 Portos. I'm breaking kitting up in several nights. I find it a bit repetitive. Yes. How many colors involved with that piece? I think there are a fair number, right? Because every portal has got different sort of color scheme going on there. So that's very nice. That's very nice. Oh, Natty says 28, not 27. Yes, I was wondering. I wasn't aware there's 27 count fabric, even though there are 32 and there's 36 as well. It's kind of less talked about. Nikki says, I told you I was smuggle for you, Nikki. I don't want to get you, getting locked up. I know you are fantasizing about, being locked up so you can stitch all day, but you might get locked up and they don't allow you to stitch. Just think about how disastrous that would be. So Nikki, put the smuggling, out of your mind, okay? I will buy my 310, a little bit at a time. I will cope. I will cope. Grace Houston, welcome. And Grace says, I've been working on my stitching tension and have come to realize I was stitching too tight and that was causing my crosses to look crooked. I've been loosening my tension. Yes, different fabric like this one. I've showed you can literally see my fingers underneath. Can you see that my fingers moving? With this fabric, I do need to, I'm used to it by now. So as soon as I start stitching 28 counts like this fabric, I think my body just automatically readjusts the tension of my stitches. Whereas when I'm stitching maybe something like 16 counts or 14 counts, I can be a little bit more liberal with my tension, because you've got the Ada, that white area, stitch area right there to hold your threads. So it's much harder to pull the thread too tight. But the smaller, the higher fabric count you go, I think the more you need to kind of readjust the way you stitch. So yes. I'm one of those people, I tend to pull my threads, on a tighter side as well. But with this fabric, for instance, and 25 as well, I have to kind of, pull it just the right amount that is neat and tidy, but not super tight. Nikki says, I always use gridded fabric or I lose my stitchy bug. Nikki, but did you, I'm trying to think, because I do find gridded fabric, even on the same count, let's say 25 or 28, right? If you compare the thickness of 28 counts ungridded versus gridded, you can feel the thickness quite different significantly, and it kind of has impact on not better or worse, but it stitches differently. For instance, the only 28 count project I have with gridded fabric is the quilt room, the Kim Jacobs project, and it stitches very differently, even though the same count. And now I'm switching to DMC as well. It was too thick with CXC, but still it feels a lot bulkier to stitch. But I think there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe some people enjoy that kind of experience. But I think Nikki probably has no choice, because Nikki does extreme cross country. So in a way, it's quite tedious if she has to stitch it, sort of grid it, you know, by herself. It's going to be like a project by herself. So I can understand that. But Nikki, you know, you never know. Maybe one day you want to go gridless, or, you know, with your fabric. Maybe you'll love it. Nikki might just go totally lost and we never see her again, okay? But it will be an experience of a lifetime, I think. And we will miss you if we go missing. We'll go, well, we miss Nikki, but I'm sure she was having fun when she was doing that. And just ended up in another dimension where there's no gridding. I can't imagine not gridding, actually. My head just starts spinning because I have no reference point. It just doesn't make sense in my head. So I'm going to end this one, and I'm going to embark on different colors. I think I'm very satisfied with the 310 stitching here. That's nice. And I'll do this from time to time because it has to be done, right? But I don't want to, if I stitch an order, I literally have to, stitch, like fill in all the area before I'm allowed to move forward. You know, if you're kind of a stitch in order kind of person. So that's why I want to do it this way. Just give myself freedom to go back and forth and stitch whatever colors I want. Let me take a sip of my tea here. Oh, I quite fancy a piece of chocolate, actually. I was munching chocolate before the stream because I haven't had supper. I wasn't hungry. But now I feel like, you know, I might need a little bit of a power snack here. And let me know what power snacks and power drinks you're having, okay? And we have power snack and power drink emoji there, members. So here we go. The labor of love with the emoji. I create them in my basement with my power tool there. Oh, I was thinking of you, all you guys, when I was creating those emojis. So, and use them with love. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to flip my chart inverted so I can pick the color I like. I quite like this way of stitching. I've been doing quite a lot. I fancy a little bit of green here. Definitely. This little star symbol there. Be my choice. Here we go. Flip back. Love this feature. Love this feature. So, my next color would be 105. 105. And stitching is such an adventure, isn't it? It's like every time, if you try out even a different fabric count, and you could be reverse. It could be that you're always stitching 32 counts, and then you want to try 14 counts. It's a very different experience. And some adventure. Oh, Betty says, is that $25 for a smaller cone? Are they different size cones, Nikki? Have you got a smaller cone? Nikki's really competitive. I bet she says my cones are just as big as everyone else's. I do not do small cones. I only do big cones. but I don't know. Oh, hang on. I forgot to screw my stand at the bottom there. Hang on. That's why it's going a little bit loose here. Hang on. Just 2 moments here. I forgot to screw at the base. So the stand I've got here, I have to use a power tool like this and fix the vertical bars here. And I forgot to do that today. Oh, we're professional here. That's why it was a little bit wobbly. A little bit wobbly. It's all fixed now. It's all fixed now. So back to my color here. So here we go. 105. It's a beautiful green here. Selene is here joining the chat. Welcome. Says hello Yogi in the chat. Happy stitching today. I'm working on Oasis by Amy Stewart. Every day is Amy Day. Nikki says, I'm working on 6 portals. I can't put it down. Nikki, just beware. You don't get sucked into one of the portals, okay? I mean, even the kitty portals, they have wings, okay? They're not regular kitties. Be very careful. Be very careful. Claudia says, as a child, I speak French, but didn't use it. When I went to France and tried to get around, my French was so bad. They took pity on me and switched to English. Oh my God. Yes. That's so funny because sometimes people have the opposite experience. If you try to speak English to French people, the beautiful French people, sometimes they're not too thrilled. You know, they kind of go, well, you come to our country, you're supposed to speak French. And I get it. I get it. And, yes, I'm sure you probably, you know, they're being very sympathetic with your situation there. So that's good to know. Yes. But what I find with French people is that they probably don't mind if you speak really broken French. They just like the fact that you tried. I think they respect you for trying. So they must have had a lot of respect for you. Let me find my spot here. Where am I with this? Have I... oh, right here. Okay, I found it. Yes. Because after a while, you know, you look everywhere. Sometimes they look identical wherever you look. For my eyes, anyway. So I have to be very mindful as I'm doing, you know, free range stitching here. Sarah VM says, I like 25 better than 28. Yes, everybody's got their kind of go-to stitch count, isn't it? And it doesn't mean it's the same all the time. I think up to earlier this year, my mistake was I didn't look into trying out different fabric counts or different specs. I was pretty much doing 25 counts, 1/1 all the way. So even though I've got quite a few different projects, they start to all kind of merge into one. I just felt like, yes, I'm stitching different patterns, but I was looking for something, you know, something different. So that's why I started trying out 10 stitches, which I hadn't tried before. And also I went back to quite a few of my 14 count projects, which I love now. They're just such a joy to stitch. So it's nice to have you know, a mix of different counts. I think it's just like food, you know, even your favorite food, if you eat it all the time, you're gonna get fatigued and get bored. me mark it here. I think there are only one more stitch. Oh no, Betty, I don't know what how this came up, but Betty said, I can't do rice. All I see are nuggets. What? So you look at rice, you think they're just nuggets. That's a strange association. I never heard of that. Maybe long grain rice, yes, they could. But they don't move, do they? Nuggets, they probably move, wiggle around. No, I'm just making it worse. I'm making it so much worse for Betty. Life with Natty says, am I alone in feeling like color blocking large amount of space takes so much longer to complete than the color scattered? Well, I think normally people think it's the opposite. Yes, we've got our power snack and power drinks and chocolate time all in one for Natty. Yes, and Sarah is bringing out a chocolate time as well. Yes, I forgot to move on to the button. I just had one single piece and forgot about it. I need to remember to eat sometimes. So here we go. Let me mark this one. And particularly if I'm really busy, I literally have no appetite. So I have to kind of remind myself that I need to eat. And now it's time. Let me bring on my chocolate button, okay? Join me if you have your power snack, your power drinks, or anything that says giant on the packet. Just go for it. Giant, I don't know, potato chips, giant chocolate buttons. Join me. So I'm going to grab a button here. It's just that kind of time here. Okay, let me have a look. Oh, my giant button. And I only realized very recently, you know, there are actually different sizes of giant button. Not all of them are the same size. Some are bigger than others. I'm going to pick a big one. This one is pretty big. Look, oh, so big. It's bigger than, okay, just about. Then my pattern here. Look. Landria is here. Welcome. Betty Hankins says, I like block color. It's quite relaxing. Like I was doing 310 and chatting at the same time. It feels quite nice because I'm not, you know, I don't even look everywhere to see if I'm stitching the same, you know, correctly, which takes a lot more sort of attention and energy to do. So sometimes it's nice to do a bit of a block stitching. But if I kept going for another 15 minutes, I'd probably go, no, give me some, you know, different type of stitches here. Yeah, so Brett says, haven't counted them as in colors in 6 portals. Nikki, how many colors are involved? Not just for a single panel, overall. I think most people will probably, sorry, I've got chocolate in my mouth. Most people probably would go one panel at a time. I don't know. Let me have a look. Yeah. It's a beautiful green I'm stitching here. So a lot of times, instead of following pattern, you know, like area of the pattern, kind of certain object I want to stitch, I kind of just pick the color I like to stitch at that time. So sometimes something really bright, sometimes really dark. It's good fun, and before you know it, you're building a picture there. So much fun. River is thinking about getting a scroll frame and would like to have some recommendations. Scroll frames, as in those wooden ones, they're quite beautiful, isn't it? I think Joyce is using the scroll frames and a few others. I think they provide pretty good tension. The only thing is, loading the fabric and then removing is probably not as easy as Q-snaps or hoops. That's the only reason I probably wouldn't get those. Because I just... Oh, hang on. 105. Let me just cut this bit off. 105. Right here. Very nice. Kristen S is joining us. Oh, listen to this, Nikki. Kristen is also stitching the six portos, and she says, I'm the weird one for doing 10 rows through the middle on portos. Middle of which portal? Like right in the middle of the 4-piece. Where would that be then? Because are there gaps in between portals? I can't remember. I just know there's 6 panels, but we've got a lot of portal stitchers here in the group. Yeah, Nikki needs to get her act together and make more content. Seriously, you know, I'm sure some of you are looking for updates, not just for the 6 portals, but on that squid lady. I know there's some weird people out there. They like a little bit of a seafood stitching, you know, calamari stitching. And I'm sure some of them are dying to see Nikki's squid lady update. So get on with it, Nikki. Seriously. Marilyn is here. Sorry, Yogi is eating and talking and stitching at the same time, multitasking. Once again, all end in tears. Let me just flip over. Oh, I've got a few more here actually. 105. Let me have a look. 105. I think that's the correct color. Got a few more stitches here. I forgot. Totally missed it. So let me know. I'm gonna have a look. Ooh. My abs being a little bit jumpy. There's a few more stitches over here. I can go for it actually. Why not? So from here, pulling off the edge. Right here. So I give myself a lot of freedom in terms of where I start. So where I start stitching with a new thread. My rule is generally as long as it's kind of next to another stitch, I'm allowed to go to. So for instance, I wouldn't just start stitching like here. It has to be connected to an existing stitch. That's it. Otherwise, you know, I allow myself to go wherever I want. So at least it's all connected, and it will help me to make sure that I'm not sort of, you know, miscounting anything as much as possible anyway. Not saying it won't happen. Kelly's also here. Kelly quotes plus. And Marilyn says, good morning. I have a project that I started out on 28 counts, but I'm doing 2 over 2 since it has a lot of half stitches, and that's why I did 28 counts. So I find it hard to do half the stitch on 18 counts. So if you do 28 counts, 2 over 2, that makes it 14, right? 14 counts. Yeah, a lot of people double the stitch count. So once you finish the piece, and the background, particularly if the background is showing through, it looks quite nice. So Ada is quite nice as well, but some people feel that Ada looks like Ada. So, you know, sometimes if you do a partially cover piece, they like the fabric to be, you know, double the stitch count, so it looks kind of more refined. But 2 over 2, I have done it for samplers and stuff, but you need to kind of remember that's what you're doing, because your instinct is telling you to stitch 1 stitch per grid, right? So you kind of need to remember so you don't miscount. Abney is here. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Oh, hang on. I think Alandra has been doing some shopping or something. Let me scroll down. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind with the chat here as usual. Alandra is, let me go back. Did you do some GeckoRouge kit? Which kit is it that you've done? I'm trying to scroll back. Oh, Alandra has ordered the 6 Portos kit. Okay, from Pain Free Craft. Amazing. Oh, the number of portal stitches are increasing, are growing, the number is growing. And Kristen S says, I started at the center point, as referring to 6 portos. Starting from the center point, and I'm doing 10 rows all the way across. 10 rows all the way across, so I can pick whichever color scheme strikes me fancy at the time. Oh, I see. So there are 6 portos parallel to each other, and Kristen is starting right in the middle cross. Is that correct? And then you can just go in and start filling in. Well, that's a new way of doing it, if I understood correctly. See, it probably doesn't matter how you, what sequence you do it. Ultimately, we're doing 1 stitch at a time. So it's a bit like my traveling library. I start from the middle top and coming down vertically. And probably similar concept to what Kristen is describing is once you've established that line in the middle, where it's vertical or horizontal, you have, reference point that you could just go into any section that, you know, around that line, and you can start stitching there, because they will give you reference point in terms of where you are. So you're not, you know, trying to count your way over there. You actually stitch your way there. It's a little bit like what I'm doing though, even though there's no particular shape I'm making. I'm just going wherever I like. Joyce, yes, Joyce has got frames. She says, I'm using Millennium frames. That's a brand name, I'm guessing, from Nido Needs. I've got a few different sizes, so I have more whips ready for action. Yes, I think if you have a lot of whips, though, you do need multiple frames, because you don't want to have to, you know, load the fabric, unload it, swap. It's probably not as easy as other types of frames. You know, Q-snap is much easier, even though the tension is not great. There you go. 3. This fabric is so nice to stitch. Belinda is here. Hello, hello. Welcome. Let me find it first. 1, 2. 2 over there. 1. 2. Night bread. Sorry if I'm a little bit late on the chat there. Actually, working senseis, I don't have my heating on either. We have to turn it off. It's so warm. Where are you actually working, son? Oh, the London's getting chillier by the day. And even though, you know, we're not November yet, but the evenings is getting probably below 10 degrees. I haven't checked the temperature over here, but you know, we're kind of average about 11, 12 degrees Celsius here. Marilyn says, someone send help. One of my cats is just yelling at me for food. I just feed him and he ate everything. I haven't even had my coffee yet. Oh, it's a hungry little kitty. Well, just make sure you don't feed your cat cucumber. You know, there's no calories, I've been told. The other day I was trying to give my little squirrels cucumbers. Maybe that's why they refuse to eat it. They're going, well, we have a hard day ahead of us. We need some calories. So no cucumbers for our squirrels here. And today they're a lot happier. They have almonds, they have pecans, and all the delicious nuts. And Claudia, congratulations. Claudia says, I passed my accounting class. I'm in college, and my husband surprised me with 2 new patterns. Oh, that's a husband that knows, you know, how to get to your heart. One is mini traveling library, so I'll be able to stitch with the grip. Wonderful. Well, how did he know? That's the piece of the moment for the group. Has he been sneakily watching our stream here? Oh, maybe you would like to join in as well. Can you imagine just stitching together with a hubby? That's very nice. Just do this leg first. It looks a little bit funny. Two. Let me just make sure that I do not create a situation I need to have visits from our compassionate frog. Okay, we just double check. Oh yeah, Lona, yes. Lona, you were there when I told the story about my squirrel being judgmental of me. Yeah, that face. Oh my goodness. I do not wish to see that facial expression again. You know, my squirrel was so confused. It was like going, But I love the fact that my little squirrel, actually, being a good sport, he tried to take a bite. It's just that face he pulled after he took a bite of cucumber. Not even a bite, he just tried to chew it and realized it tastes nothing like nuts. Oh, my heart broke. I'll make sure it will never happen again. It was too heartbreaking. Here we go. Do I want to keep going up? Why not? I have the technology. See, I'm really adventurous. I travel from there-ish all the way 4 blocks. Nikki, look at me. This is a new yogi. But I'll need to do these ones first. But this is probably as far as I feel comfortable because, beyond this point, it feels like I'm wandering into some sort of another dimension. Actually says, I'm up north. North where? And it's warm tonight. Where? It's hard to imagine. Yeah, I resisted the heating up until probably 2 weeks ago. I just gave in. I just go, oh, well, never mind. I feel like a wimp, but at least I'm warm. Here. Maybe one more here. And then I'm going to end my thread. That's not bad. That's about 4 or 5 blocks of traveling. I'm being very brave. Okay. One, 105. The number means nothing for anyone. Oh, Claudia says the husband is very aware that she wasn't able to stitch along with everyone. Oh, I see. So she's, the husband probably felt that you sent some sort of a peer pressure there. He felt left out because everybody was stitching this piece, traveling library, and you weren't. So he went out and get you a mini one. How about a supersized one? Hey, Tell the husband, if he's going to do it big. Give Claudia a supersized max color one. Is there a supersized one? I don't think there's a supersized one yet. A mini, because he probably thinks that you can't stitch a full piece like regular size. Oh, what does that say then? Trying to stir things up. Breaking relationships. That's what we do here. Rochelle, welcome. And Rochelle says, I'm here finally. Didn't have cell reception. Was on the phone with cell carrier. Oh, disastrous. Hope everyone's well and enjoy sitting. So it sounds like Rochelle has got it sorted. I mean, calling the customer service is no fun. The technical support, particularly when there's no internet connection. Oh, can you imagine? It's like not having electricity. Next one, let me pick a color I like. I fancy doing a little bit of, I can do a little bit of blue here. That looks nice. All right then, here we go. So it's right here. And it's, oh, this one's got 6,000 stitches throughout the entire piece. 86. That's a lot of stitches. And 6,000 exact left. What does that say? 86. Alison says, referring to my squirrels, Yogi, maybe he has sensitive teeth. It was too cold. Ooh, I can feel it with my teeth when you say that. Yes. Oh, my poor squirrel. The things they have to endure with this mummy. It's like when I go grocery shopping, I think about, I check the stock of my nuts more than anything else. Probably more than my own food or my partner's food. Because we just eat veggies, you know, it's really easy. Some tofu and veggies, we're happy. And some chocolate, okay? But with nuts, they can't eat anything. Well, they can, they just don't want to eat anything else. No cucumbers. And I think I probably tried veggies. Oh, they wouldn't go near it. You know, they're totally spoiled. Lona says, can't believe you jumped in the car and stocked up nuts for them. You're amazing. Who did? A car? I'm just reading things totally out of context. I'm just like, you know, like a puzzle. I have to, you know, work through. Because I'm just jumping back and forth. Nice looking blue here. Let me just mark them. Hello, Zenga. Good to see you. Oh, actually, it's in the UK and near Newcastle. But hang on, actually, I would have thought Newcastle, the north, the more north you go, is probably colder it gets. Is it not true? Is it actually nice and warm up there? That's a surprise, because London, in comparison to other regions, it's on the warmer side, slightly warmer side. But clearly not today. See you later, Jenny. Enjoy the dinner. And Pascal, hello, welcome. I think Pascal was our winner last stream, right? The day before yesterday when we played Guess My Stitches. Yes, well done. I remember. Let's see, you know, who's going to win tonight? And every session I try to make it challenging, you know. If I do like block by block stitching, that's kind of too easy for you. So, you know, trying to make it a little bit random to make it challenging. I'm going to take a sip of my coffee here. Whoops. Lona says, Yogi, you kind of spoil them to nuts. I know, because I was under the impression that squirrels, they actually eat plants like veggies or fruits or something. And I remember trying to offer them berries, which is, you know, very nice fruit, and they wouldn't touch it. Yeah, I think my squirrels are special. They're you know, not only nuts only squirrel, a special kind of special species only in my area. Alona, okay. Did you? What question did you ask? My chat panel is playing up today, so it's very hard to scroll back. So, if you have question, you can always post again. I'll do my best. Don't know what's happening with my my chat panel. Lona says, Yogi, they love bird seeds too. Yes, I think they, I have tried, what seed was that? Sunflower seeds. I think they, yeah, they're not thrilled, but they would eat it if they're desperate. But generally, I think they're more of a nut eater. Maybe I should try seeds again. See if they will eat it at all. I think they just know. All they have to do is just stare at me, you know, with that look of disappointment. I'll rush out and get nuts for them. They know my weaknesses. They've got me, you know. One more here. It's quite nice that, you know, when you're stitching, you literally have no idea what you're stitching. But as you're filling up the stitches, suddenly something appears. I like that. It's just full of surprises. Two more here. And I have to think about whether I want to wander over till I left there. It depends on how adventurous I'm feeling right now. One, two. I might. It's not too far away. I know. I'm properly trained by our squirrels. Oh, Joy says there are recent reviews of several squirrel frames out on YouTube by Caterpillar Cross Stitch. Yes, I'm familiar with them. I think this needle miter might be from them as well, because for a while I was buying needle miters from them, And I've got a Christmas box at one point, a couple of years ago, from them. They seem to be doing all right. They've got a YouTube channel as well, but they mostly do more sort of simpler, smaller pieces, kind of not simpler. I don't know what the definition of simpler is, but they do, they design their own charts. And they were the company that I did my one and only mystery saw, maybe 2 years ago or something like that. They did a 6-piece British Isle kind of, quite cute piece. But I just got bored by the 3rd month. I think each month they release one piece, and at the end you get the whole piece. And their deadlines and everything. So I did quite well for the first 2 months. I was very eager. I was like going, hey, I'm going to do my homework. And it was doable because they were 14 counts, I think. Or did I choose? Yeah, I think it was 14 counts. And, quite simple design. And it was more for fun. But 2 months into it, I just go, oh, it became kind of a chore. I was thinking like I have to do my homework when I really wanted to stitch something else. So I realized, that kind of saw is just not for me, because I might feel really, really keen to do it the first couple months. And then I just got bored with it. And that's why it's so remarkable that all of you are doing, like year-long saw. It's just unthinkable for me. Where am I here? Hello? Oh, here. Okay. I need to look carefully because, sometimes they will look very similar. Very similar indeed. Oh, Lona, good question. Lona is asking, Yogi, why do you pull out so many needles? Good question. So as you can see, the first thing I do when I set up my project, I put tons of needles here. So technically, you could stitch the entire piece with single needle. That's totally doable. But what I do is, let me show you. I've got this thing going on here, okay? So regulars will know. So if you've been watching my stream for a while, I have a needle board. Lona, close the eyes. It's very overwhelming, okay? If you're not used to looking at it, you probably panic by this point and run away out of the room and find a different channel to watch. Okay, so the reason I have needles is because I have a needle board. Either needle board or I have my organizers here. So with my GeckoRouge, I use needle board, but with quite a lot of my project, I actually dock on my organizer here. So I normally have a piece of felt here. Sometimes I just part my needle through like that with a threaded, or I just thread my threads through and part my threads there. So if I leave my needle here, meaning with the next color, I'll need to pick another needle. Or if I use my needle board here, as you can see, there are 149 colors here. Majority of them have a needle dot on top of it. And same thing with my DMC set. I've got another board for DMC and another board for CXC. So all of them have just, needles dot on top of them, and the benefit is obviously I'm able to just pick up whichever needles that's already threaded and start stitching. So it's quite good if you do a lot of confetti areas, and generally it's just you know, easier. And so that's why I need a lot of needles, because each time if I dot my needle on the board or on my organizer, I need to pick up another one for the next color. Make sense? So not everybody stitch this way. A lot of people just use one needle and just, you know, swap. But you do need to find a place to leave your sort of leftover piece somewhere. And I just find it easier to just, you know, dot the entire thread with a needle on top of it. So it's a way. It's not the way, but that's how I like to stitch. So there you go. That's why I need 2 million needles everywhere. And I'm still running out sometimes. Sarah says 1 needle to rule them all. I know, this is our Sarah. Single needle, single hoop for, you know, 200 years. That's how long Sarah's been around. And Sarah is still very young for an alien. So there you go. And Lona is also asking, Yogi, which thread is thinner? Single strand of DMC or CXC? In terms of fullness, CXC generally provide more coverage. So depends on the fabric count. For instance, for 28 counts, in my experience, CXC might be a little bit full. But also it depends on the fabric. I think this one you can probably get away with CXC because the threads are quite open. But if you're using gridded fabric, which is a little bit thicker, more bulky, CXC will be too full. But so it's about, you know, using them for the right fabric and right project. So they both have their own sort of pros and cons. So in terms of coverage, yeah, generally CXC seems to be providing better coverage there. Captain Squirrel, hello. Good to see you. Good morning to Australia. Yes, Lona, sometimes the question kind of just flows through. If you put a red question mark, I'm more likely to pick it up because I know there's a question. Otherwise, I do my best to read through the comments, but it's not always, you know, possible to catch them all. It's like Pokemon. Sometimes you catch them, sometimes you don't. Even though I like to catch them all. Right, I am going to part this one here before I wander too far. Oh dear. Betty says DMC is thinner for sure. Yes, I think it's just how the thread is kind of spun together. It's more, kind of more, a little bit tighter, more structure to it. And CXC on the surface, if you look at it, it looks quite fluffy. But probably because of that, when you stitch it, it just, you know, it kind of spread a little bit wider. That's how I visualize it. And as a result, it provides better coverage in many cases. 86. Let me have a sip of my coffee here. Rochelle. Oh, Rochelle is so professional. Rochelle says, don't forget to show Yogi some thumbs up. Thumbs up, love. Yes. Thumbs up, please, if you like it. And if you don't, thumbs down twice. That's what I learned from other YouTubers. Not that I know how to be a YouTuber. Here we go. Why don't I come over and do some orange colors in the kitty zone? So this area is actually where the kitty is. Let me show you. Look. Can you see that? I'm at the tail of the kitty here. I can do some kitty stitching. Nice and bright colors. I'm stitching Kitty's bottom right here. Let me, yeah, some of the orange colors will be quite nice. Here we go. Which color is it? It's, oh, this one's got 14,000 stitches. Dear, oh dear. 145, 145. I don't normally look at stitch counts, remaining stitch counts. It's quite shocking. 145. Marilyn asks, so just learned about CXC. Are the colors coded the same as DMC so you can use them interchangeably? Yes, they use the same color chart, even though if you place the same colors side by side, you probably notice some difference. But then again, even threads from the same brand, sometimes they look very different, particularly DMC. You get that quite frequently, you know, the same color code, but the colors look very different. So that happens too. But yes, they use the same color chart. Let me see where I should start from here. Why don't I want to start somewhere that's easy so I won't get lost. So why don't I go here? Yes, it's nice and safe. So a lot of orange for this kitty here and for this piece in general. Have a look here. Need to double check. I think we're good. And there are a couple of pieces from GeckoRouge I'm you know, quite attracted to as well. They're smaller pieces, thank God. But I think, you know, I'm not quite ready to get them just yet, but maybe at some point. And also I'm still contemplating what fabric count to go for with a Christmas house piece. So I think majority of you probably are aware of which pattern I'm referring to. So there are 3 Christmas house patterns. That's from Artisy website, and they do patterns. And so quite a lot of you are doing house number 2 with me. I think maybe 1 or 2 doing other houses, but number 2 seems to be the favorite. But I haven't decided what fabric count to go for. It's a little bit tricky because I can just, play safe and do another 28, but I've already have 4 projects that's 28 counts. So I have to think about it. Susan says, Nikki says, there's over 41,310 stitches in Traveling Library. Yeah, apparently Max Colors has got more, like maybe 1,000 more than regular pattern, which is peculiar. Yeah, I think, we probably need a cone of 310. Wow. For that number of stitches. And particularly Susan, you're stitching 16 counts. Darling, you probably need a few cones. And maybe Nikki can smuggle for you. This is almost like block stitching. Not quite, but quite a lot of this orange. So probably need a cone of this orange. But GeckoRouge, they're quite generous with the floss they give you. Apparently, I only realized it recently that they actually give you enough to do 2 over 1 for the fabric count. So normally for 28 or 25 you only do 1 over 1, but they give you enough that if you wish to do 2 over 1 you're not going to run out, which is quite nice. Nikki says Christmas House 2 has 21k of, oh no, really? 3865 white. Ah! I knew it. Let me show you what it looks like, okay? If those of you who haven't seen this pattern here, oh, not this one. I've got it on my app here, so I can bring it up so you can actually see the actual stitches. So this is it. This is house number 2. So there's 3 houses. They're all Christmas themed, and they have different, tones and atmosphere. And this one was, everybody's favorite. And yes, well, I didn't. Let me see. 21,000, really? White. Because even the white, if you look at it, it kind of quite a lot of blends, kind of slightly bluish colors. So I was hoping maybe not that much white, but you're quite right. There's white everywhere, and probably a lot of sky blue as well. Whereas this area, even though it's not snow, but it's quite pale, in colors, isn't it? Oh, there's something to look forward to. That's why it probably makes sense, just like Susan said, it probably makes sense to get colored fabric. I kind of looked into it a little bit because I quite like blue tinged fabric, but then it would clash with a lot of the snow and also the sky as well. And yeah, and green's clashing with the Christmas tree. So you have to pick one that's kind of, you know, it's going to stand out. So when you stitch white, it's not going to blind you completely. Oh dear, that's a lot of it. What? Nikki, that can't be right. Nikki, 260,000 K? No, do you mean 26K? Nikki can't count to 5. Nikki, well, I think Nikki can only count to 5, but not count to 10. And she added one extra digit to her numbers, I think. I hope. Otherwise, it's quite shocking. So regular chart. So the chart I showed you was the large version. So it's not, I think color, I don't know, Nikki, how many colors is your chart if you got regular? When you say regular, it's actually smaller, isn't it? Oh, let me have a look then. What number is it? I can check right now. So the number you're referring to is 3865. Let's have a look. 3865. Oh dear. Okay, 21,000. So Nikki, that's the same as yours. And 21,000 is the large chart, because it also comes in not regular chart as such. It's just smaller version. It's a little bit blurry, so I don't want to. I didn't want to go for that one. And also large for this chart is not as large as regular heaven and earth. So. So let me come back here. Oh, the white is going to be challenging. But then again, we only stitched this one during Christmas, right? A little bit at a time. I'm sure it's manageable. I have to tell myself. And Nati says that's why I wanted to use my 32 count fabric for Christmas house too, because the fabric is like tan cream color and not white like my 28 count. Still nervous for 32. You know, Nati, I'm kind of thinking about 32 as well, because this piece, even though not small, the Christmas house I'm referring to, but it's smaller than, you know, the regular heaven and earth pieces. So maybe it is, you know, a good one to try out 32. I am curious about 32 as well. But it does narrow down to 10 stitches, doesn't it? You wouldn't do full cross. And maybe get a color fabric. I just haven't decided what color fabric I should be getting. It's tricky, isn't it? You know, I don't want fabric to be too dark because it's a Christmas piece. I like it to be nice and light there. Lizzie says purple. Yeah, something kind of light and also kind of colors that doesn't exist too much on this piece. So I have to look around, and it's tricky because all the photos you know you kind of I looked on Etsy. I don't know how accurate they are, so they could come out too light or too dark. I don't know. It's a little bit tricky. Do one more here. Susan says, I buy a 310 compatible from Amazon, 14 scans for $3.99. Does it say what brand it is? But I think, you know, as long as it's compatible to DMC colors, it's probably not that different. I've kind of gone full circle with DMC colors because when I first started, I didn't want to invest that much buying DMC. I was using a mixture of whatever I had in my stash, you know. Throughout the years, different kits, different brands of threads. And then I fell into the thinking that it has to be DMC or nothing because everybody was doing DMC. And DMC is beautiful, don't get me wrong. It's lovely to stitch, you know. But then I realized that CXC is just as nice. It's just slightly different effect and different stitching experience. So I love CXC as well. But I've come to the way of thinking that, to be honest, unless you're worrying, you know, you're making something that you're going to wear, it doesn't matter if it's, you know, 100% cotton or not. As long as the colors are nice, it stitches nicely. It probably doesn't matter what brand of threads you've got, you know, you use. You're not going to wear it. And to be honest, I'll challenge anyone to kind of spot the difference, to be honest. You know, something that's stitched with DMC and the one is not. I wonder if you could tell the difference. Abini says, I've gone solo in my Christmas chart choice. I'll cheer you all from the sideline because Abini has got a piece, has got two teddies. Well, so far, two teddies on the chart there. And we need to go back and check on the teddy's well-being from time to time. Just make sure that, you know, you don't suddenly go, well, you know, you ask Abini, like, what happened to the teddy there? I saw you have two teddies. And Abini's going to go, what two teddies? There was no teddy in this piece. Oh, you're imagining it. You know, we know what Abini's like. Things disappear from her chart, okay? Willy-nilly. So we just need to check on the teddies from time to time. You know, make sure it's alive and well. But otherwise, it's a very cute piece. With teddies in it. Oh yeah, Nikki, you've got a large one. The mini one, to be honest, I wouldn't recommend because if you look at the mock-up from their website, even the pictures on their website just looking a little bit blurry. And that piece has got a lot of details, so it's much better to get a large one. Let me have a sip of my tea. Maybe another bite of chocolate, why not? Cheers, guys. Yeah, I think artists become everybody's, go-to places because they've got a lot of quite unique um, patterns and they're very reasonably priced. Nikki says, I saw a Russian lady using a friction pen and color fabric so she could stitch white over it. What? You mean painting the fabric to a different color with a friction pen? But I saw friction pens that were really fine. Wouldn't you take forever to color it? That's a creative way of doing it. But that reminds me, I saw a YouTube video quite a while ago of a lady stitching a heaven and earth piece that's got, I think it was a picture, a portrait. So again, talking with the food in my mouth. She was stitching a piece with a lady with a lot of hair. And she was stitching on standard, so regular white fabric with 310, I'm presuming. And she was making this video about how unhappy she was about the coverage because, I think she was stitching maybe 25 counts. And she was saying that, well, I'm stitching dark colors like this, so for instance, even 28 counts, you can see a little bit of whiteness there. Even though I suspect once you release the fabric from the frame, it would, and give it a wash, you probably wouldn't. But she was looking at the fabric and was being very unhappy about the coverage. And so what she did was, she was taking a marker, not permanent marker, I ask you, around the hair area of the lady, which is a large area of the piece, she would just, basically paint the fabric with the marker, the magic marker, just like regular, permanent ones, and full of background, and then stitch the hair over it. I don't know how she could see the fabric once you paint it so dark. My mind was blown. I just didn't know why she wanted to do that. It was just crazy. I don't know. Painting your fabric with a magic marker, permanent marker, that just sounds very, very drastic. But I think the Russian lady was doing the opposite. She wanted to be able to see white. But I think friction, I don't know, hopefully it's going to go away. Who knows? Can you imagine? You're going to end up with snow with black background, dark background. And Abney, you know that the new piece you're stitching, the pattern you got from Etsy. As I said, I went to their shop and had a look. They've got so many kind of similar theme pieces, and there was one. It's got green colors throughout. It's like pharmacy or something. That piece is so cute though. But yeah, I haven't got it yet, but I'm just thinking, quite tempted. And the piece doesn't look too confetti. It's probably quite right in the middle there. It's not, overly confetti, but not so simple that it's not a challenge. But it's a very good vendor. So the vendor, Ebony's got that pattern from, they provide saga files along with PDF, which is, quite unusual. I don't know how common it is. I haven't come across one that provides saga. But that's quite nice because instantly you can just import to saga. Susan says, no, sometimes has blue undertones, so light blue might be a good choice. Yeah, I was thinking about light blue, but then if you look at the piece, it also has fair bit of sky, nice sky going on there. And also, the snow, as you said, the shadowy part of the snow has blue tone. So I don't know whether it's going to blend into the blue too much. So I want a little bit of contrast from the snow and, the whole piece in general. But not too dark. So these stitches are actually more challenging than I thought because there's so many of the same color, but it's not block stitching. I actually have to check the pattern quite carefully. So it's actually quite challenging. I have to pay attention. Oh, Susan says, I just bought 3A65, as in white, CXC 100 meter from Amazon for $6.99. 100 meter. So normally it's about 8 meters, right? The regular scan. So is that a cone? Is that a mini cone? I don't know. And Grace Hosson says, I haven't tried it, but I heard that Anchor black threads, very good coverage. So Anchor is essentially DMC, isn't it? Now it's belonged to DMC. Right. Let me see if I've got enough for another stitch. Okay. Here we go. Very nice. There's so much going on here. Ebony says DMC is just too expensive. I won't pay for that. I use Royal Borderies. So Royal Borderies, is it? How much do you pay per scan? It'll give me some idea. I think Ebony's raving for Royal Embroideries. And would you mix? So if for instance, I have a lot of DMC. If I want to try the thread, would you kind of kit up the entire set with the same type of thread, or would you blend? I'm just thinking, because I personally wouldn't blend DMC with CXC if I can help it. Sometimes I cheat. For instance, my CXC doesn't have the first 35 colors. So I have a couple projects that need a very small amount of colors from, the first, oh, there's a bug, the first 35 colors. Then I'll blend in a little bit, but in principle, I wouldn't blend threads. I don't like the sound of it. Oh, I have a little bug here. Why? What are you doing here, little bug? And by the way, Dolly is sleeping behind me in a little cat bed. She came in quietly. Normally she would ask for attention, but today, for some reason, she just came in and just quietly sleeping there like a baby. Snoring, probably. She must be snoring in a bit. Right, let me see. Let me pick my next color here. Abony asks, Yogi, why don't you paint the snow on instead of stitching it? What? This is not slow painting by numbers with Yogi, okay? How do you paint the snow on? Very tempting, now you mention it. With what though? Let me think. Oh, maybe some puree tofu. How's that? I have to use, the ingredients I have, the things I have in my environment. Maybe some, almond milk blended with tofu, and just smear the tofu on top of the fabric. It might look slightly 3D. Oh, I like that idea. Maybe we can have a, slow spreading of tofu with Yogi session. Very good, very good. 16, let me see. Where am I here? I can do a little bit of a slightly darker color here. I'm just randomly picking colors I like without really committing to where I'm stitching. So sometimes I move to a different area like this, just to confuse you. You will make the guess my stitches much harder, much harder. 6/6. I like to make it harder for you. Otherwise it's too easy. They just keep winning. I don't like that. 6/6. Yeah, and following the Abony's theory, we can just literally just paint like entire pattern. Why don't we just do slow painting by number with Yogi? Betty says, Yogi, I cringe dinner time when I see you use a pencil. Every time, not dinner time. Betty's keyboard is going rogue. Betty's keyboard's got a life of its own. So I think what Betty's saying, Yogi, I cringe every time I see you use a pencil, as it won't wash out. At least our pencil here won't. Yeah, that's true, but it's actually very faint. So I do draw. So I've got this regular pencil. I think I probably got it from one of the hotels I just, from years ago. And yes, but as you can see, you can't see anything, Betty. That's what it counts. I know it's kind of permanent, but to be honest, the pencil lines do fade away. If I leave it for a while, I do need to redraw it because it does fade away. So it's a good thing. And also, it's kind of kind of steady enough that it doesn't bleed. Like, my fabric pens, I wouldn't use it for 28 counts because, the line starts to bleed, and sometimes you misread where the grids are. So, no, it's fine. It's fine. You should try it. Yeah, the pharmacy piece is really lovely, isn't it? A lot of green. And I love the fact that there's a color theme to it. It's either like your piece is very pink and red, and the pharmacy piece is very green. And I love the shops. I love stitching shop fronts. Let me start here. All right, here. Probably need to move over. Where are the next stitches? But you can see the chart is so well made. The color transition is just beautiful, so subtle. And for those of you who arrived a little bit later, in sort of beginning of the stream, we talked about sort of slight change of the our schedule here in terms of what we stitch. I know everybody ultimately can stitch whatever they want, but we do have a few days here so far, and now we're going to change it up a little bit. Okay, so let me just find my spot here. Where am I? 1, 2. It's a little bit tricky here. Okay. So from today onwards, because technically we have Kim Jacobs tomorrow, but the new plan is from today or from this week, we are going to free up Mondays and Wednesdays. So of course, we're going to continue to stitch Ciro Marchetti's pieces, and also Kim Jacobs pieces, but we're not going to have a fixed days for them anymore. So they're only 7 days a week, and we want to free up the days and maybe just allow things to move forward organically, and we might have different themes. So now everybody is stitching quite diverse pieces here, so I think it would be nice to free up Monday and Wednesday as well. Well, not technically freeing up Wednesday, so I'll explain. So currently we have 4 days. Okay, only 7 days a week. We have 4. We have the Monday for Ciro Marchetti, and we have Wednesday for Kim Jacobs, and we have Amy Stewart. So Amy Stewart Day will stay where it is firmly. Okay, so we continue to have Amy Stewart Day. 1, 2, 3. But also for the festive stitching or seasonal stitching, however you want to see it, it's on Sunday. So instead of having 4 days, we are going to have Wednesday as the festive stitching day. You can stitch anything you celebrate, if you worship I don't know, whatever you worship, you can stitch the piece. If you worship frogs, then you can stitch your frog pieces or celebrate, frogging. Maybe you can just frog on Wednesdays. So Wednesday will be festive stitching until the end of year, until Christmas. And Saturday stays where it is. We have Amy Stewart Day. And the rest of the days, we can stitch whatever we want. So it would leave out a lot more sort of, space for everyone to freestyle. And then perhaps at some point, we will create another theme. Particularly after Christmas stitching is over. Then, we can come up with a different, maybe spring themed, whatever it is, or maybe based on an artist, So that's the plan going forward. So tomorrow, technically, we are having Kim Jacobs Day, but tomorrow will be stitch whatever you want day until Saturday. Oh, hang on. Tomorrow, Wednesdays. We on Sunday we've just done festive stitching. So tomorrow, yes, stitch whatever you want day until next week. So next Wednesday will be. I know you need a timetable, don't you? Yes. So tomorrow stitch whatever you day. Saturday Kim Jacobs, not Kim Jacobs, Amy Stewart. But next Wednesday will be our last Halloween stitching, and then a week after would be Christmas stitching, something like that. Okay, but of course I know you can all bring whatever you're stitching and stitch any day, anywhere, whatever you want. But we'd like to have a theme so we feel like we're united together with either an artist or a piece, right? That's why stitching along is a thing, because it's fun. So join in. But of course, you can stitch whatever you want. Oh, pencil. Oh, Betty's going to have anxiety. I'm so sorry. Yes. Oh, permanent. Betty, the pencil is coming. I know, it's so scary. Watch this. It's not going to go away. All right. I think I'm going to do a few more here of 6/6, the burgundy. This one. Marsha, hello, Marsha. Welcome. Is it still Tuesday, Marsha? It's Wednesday, right? In Australian land. Who's an alien? Sarah? Oh, Pascal has confessed. Oh my goodness. Yes. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. Pascal says, sorry, I'm category A alien. I do one web. What? Which one is it? I need to know. What would keep you there for just a single web? And how long have you been doing it? Don't tell me you just started yesterday, so technically you only have one. Oh dear, Pascal. It was nice knowing you. But, I think if you hang out in this group for a little bit, that might change. But I know there are a couple of you, they're a firmly single whip stitcher. I understand that. I respect that. For me, it's, I don't know how it works, but I get it. We're made differently. So here we go. No judgment from me. I've been judged enough by my squirrels. I know what it's like. I don't want to judge you. let me, why don't I start from here? A little bit more orderly. The judgment of squirrels. One, two, three. Oh, that one I have done. This one I have done. This row is done. So it's here. Ashley, see you later. Betty says, Yogi has a mean streak. I like it. Oh, I'm not mean at all. You know, when I do a lot of parking, I have to apologize to those who are triggered by parking. So never so I have to apologize for stitching a certain way. Some people just go, I can't look at past threads, it's just too much. There. And Pascal, oh, hang on. So Pascal's single project that Pascal has got is Waters of Nirvana for 2 weeks. Finished Deer Creek. Do you mean you, oh, hang on. So you finish one piece, you finish Deer Creek. That rings a bell, actually. Maybe someone here is stitching that piece as well. And you've started Water of Nirvana for 2 weeks. So one piece at a time. How refreshing. Guys, we need to work harder on Pascal. These things have to change. We can't allow this to happen. Yes. But very nice. So Pascal actually finished pieces as well. Oh, how refreshing. I don't know what that is like, but fair enough. Senga says, I get twitchy with past threads. There you go. Next time when I park, I have to apologize personally to Senga for the distress it may cause. I know. I'm trying to think of something that I just cannot tolerate with stitch when other people stitch certain piece. I actually can't think of one, actually. I think generally I'm just curious. I want to try everything. If I see something interesting, I just want to try it. Three over here. This color is so pretty. Was it Sarah? Sarah, you are stitching a piece that's got a deer involved. I don't know whether it's the same piece. Probably not. Oh, I know which one now. I think it's one of the patterns maybe River has got. Is it kind of by the river? No, it's kind of in the forest, in the wood somewhere, and there are two deers. I don't know. It's quite a popular theme with deer. One and two here. 2 and 1. Betty's keyboard is going rogue. Yes, Betty says, I think I have a friend stitching Deer Creek. Pascal says, how do you manage all the floss? Do you mean floss as kind of organization or part threads? One, 1, 2, 3. These colors are supposed to be different, but you literally cannot tell the difference. Maybe slightly darker. Oh, Alison, very good point. Oh, you guys know me, me knowing me. Yes, Alison says, Yogi, you don't like loose fabric in frames. Yes, yes, yes. Alison, 100 points for you. A perfect score there. Yes, I forgot. Yes, it's very triggering for me. If I look at sort of frames, the fabric kind of just go, really loose. And when people stitching, when they're stitching, they can actually push the fabric up. And, in order to stitch, I just go, darling, please, I'm sure you're a very nice person, but do something about that fabric for me, just for my sake, Just do that. Sometimes I look at your webs, on a Facebook group, and I just go, oh, please, it's a beautiful piece, but please do something about the tension of the fabric. You're quite right. Yes, I think this might be one thing. Maybe you can think of others, but I think this is the one thing. I really feel physically I need to do something. I just want to rush over there and tighten the fabric for you. Oh, not just by talking about it. I need to take a deep breath. Yes. Other than that, I'm very easygoing, very easygoing. Yes, Ebony noticed that as well. So Ebony, you're the same. Stitch with me with loose tension puts me off. Yes. Same here, Ebony. I'm so happy that you hear that. That you said that. Same here. Oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Yes, what is that about? Surely that's not a good stitching experience. Look at this. And also if you want even tension, you want the fabric to be drawn tight, because otherwise, you have to, you're making things a lot harder. And I think, for a while, Komari, one of our favorite alien stitchers on Floss Tube world, and she for a little while really have, well, I wouldn't say issues with tension. I think she probably doesn't mind. And then she got those super duper those metal frames that everybody seems to be getting. It got better, but recently when I watched her floss tube, once again, it's getting quite loose again. So I don't know whether it's a conscious decision, she just likes the fabric loose, or the frames are not holding the tension as much. I don't know. But yeah, she would push the fabric up and down like if I'm trying to do that with my fabric, I can't, literally. And yes, oh man, if you can push the fabric up and down with your fingers, that's just not tight enough. Please do something about it, okay? Do it for me. Oh, Sarah. Okay, so Sarah's piece has got a deer as well, But oh, so that one is a monarch of the Glen. I see. Okay, I remember it's a really large close-up picture of a deer. It's a popular theme for stitching. But other than the tension, I'm pretty easygoing, you know. I'm sure you can think of something else in a bit, but that's as far as I can recall, I can think of. Oh, Pascal is asking for the organization for all the webs. So Pascal, generally I have master set for each type of floss. So I have a set for DMC, I've got a master set for CXC, and I've got another one for my all 14 count fabric, and I've got this one for GeckoRouge, but then I only have one GeckoRouge. I think with GeckoRouge you probably can't have a master set because all their kits are numbered differently, so it's all arbitrary based on how many colors they've got. I've got this piece has got 149 colors, so it's numbered from 1 to 149. So they hide the thread colors probably just to protect their pattern. And each kit, they only do kits, but each kit involves different number of colors, so they probably have some sort of convention to number them, but we wouldn't know. So if you have 10 GeckoRouge kits, you probably need 10 sets. So, but otherwise, if you're doing anything that involves DMC, I have a master set for DMC, one for CXC, and that's it. So I don't have I don't kit them up individually. So if I start a new piece, I just start stitching. And majority of the colors I probably already have on my master set because I've I built them up with so many different projects. And then I just top it up as I go. So if I come across colors I don't have already, I'll just add it when I come across, when I need it. So it's quite easy. So maybe it's too easy to start a new piece because I literally do not need to kit up anything. So I just need a fabric and off I go. These two I've done. I may have. I think I'm good. I'm good. Okay. I think I may have done one extra stitch here. I'm being honest, okay? I didn't have to tell you. I didn't have to tell you. But I'm just doing a quick reverse stitching demonstration. It's just one stitch. No biggie, no biggie. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Betty says, I like the tight as drum fabric. See, Betty, now, I'm reading your comments sort of type with the Rogue keyboard so much. I can interpret what you're saying. I think Betty says, I like tight as drum fabric, but then I have one in stitching in hand. Oh, that's drastic. So going from a drum tight fabric to hand stitching. Hand stitching, yeah, you have to adjust the tension yourself. It's not for faint-hearted. I have tried. It's fun. It's fun to do it, but I didn't do it on a very high stitch count. I think I probably have done it 14, and I did the sewing method. It's fun. It's quite fast, but the tension is terrible. The stitches come out really uneven after a while, and each time if you put it down and you have to pick it up and start stitching, you have to rearrange the fabric. Oh, it's just not for me. just not for me. I'm glad I tried, but it's not really for me. I know Stitchy Mummy is making it look very easy, but it wasn't easy for me. And my hands got really, really sore very quickly. Senga says, I like my drum tight too. I think majority of people probably like that because it's much easier to have even tension, isn't it? And also it's a stitching experience as well. It's just nicer. You know, I get really unhappy if my fabric starts to bounce up and down. And it's just not a very nice stitching experience. Not for me. So when I watched Komari, I know she stitches really fast. She's an alien, but her fabric will literally like bounce up and down with her fingers, with the needles. Oh, I lose my mind. I'm very happy the majority of people in the chat, you prefer drum tight fabric. Oh, what a relief. Can you imagine if all the whips from the Facebook, they all like, you know, loosely framed. I'll probably have to close the group. I won't be able to look at it anymore. I'll shut it down. And I'll do this one and switch color. That was very, very pleasurable. So it's got right amount of challenge in terms of I have to check the fabric, the pattern, but not overly random, because sometimes you have to check and check again. That can get a little bit stressful. But this is just right amount of challenge there. Very nice. Abony says, if my fabric isn't tight, I'd rather not stitch. I just hate it. Yeah, I know. If I'm desperate, I'll probably still stitch it. But sometimes, midway, there are a couple of times, it only happened maybe a few times during the stream, and I can feel my fabric start to get slightly loosened. Sometimes just the way I frame it. There are a couple of frames, not frames, the hoops. Sometimes if I don't screw it too tightly, I try not to break them, okay? So I try to strike the balance there. If I don't screw them tight enough, there were occasions that they start to come loose, and I have to hold my breath. You know, I have to go, don't panic, Yogi. You can do this. You know, just keep stitching. But I could feel my fabric start to go up and down. I get very annoyed. I probably wouldn't go as far as, you know, throwing the towel, but you know, close. And Susan is allergic to pass threads. Oh, we'll have our thing. We'll have our triggers. But Susan, what is the tension of your fabric? I like to see, because Susan's whips are very cunning. I've never seen her whips actually being on top of a frame or hoop. They're normally taken off, and so the fabric's loose, right? So I can't tell whether Susan is one of those offenders, of loose fabric offenders. You know, Susan, you need to confess, okay? I won't judge you, or a little bit. Next time I want you to show me your hoop. Prove it to me. Betty says, personally, I think we like the fabric tight. We don't get the line that some get. Know what I'm talking about? I've never get lines. And I stitch about 10 by 10 blocks in columns. It's curious, Betty, I kind of agree. And I'll say there are times that might not work out necessarily. And the reason I'm saying, I do a lot of block by block stitching quite a lot, particularly, you know, when I started out doing full coverage. That was the first method I learned. But recently, I don't know whether you've seen my Valentine's nook, and I don't know what I did differently. I really don't know. Maybe the color scheme, because the color scheme is one of the King Jacobs pieces, and the color scheme is quite light. I actually got tension lines for the first time. I was doing block by block. I was trying to copy Ebony's method, parking everywhere, like a, you know, windmill method or tornado method, the way I do it. And for some reason, I did block by block and park toward different directions. I actually got tension lines for the first time, and I panicked. Even though normally I don't, even 25 counts, you know, 14 counts, whatever counts, whatever method I do, I never get those lines. So I don't know what I did differently. But it can still happen. It can still happen, even if you have drum tight fabric. So I don't know what, I need to solve that mystery. Right, let me see, what colors shall I go for? It is quite peculiar, tension line there. I'm thinking maybe the color scheme as well, because it's such a light piece. Maybe it just shows a lot more. But with this way of stitching, there's no way. But even, you know, with this fabric, even if I do block by block, I bet you wouldn't see the tension line. 110, 110. It's a brown. So I'm working around this area here. 110. Very dark brown here. Betty Hankins says, Yogi, you didn't worry about the different dye lots, especially with block. Do you mean different batches have different colors? No, I don't actually. Do you mean that if I get a different batch of 310, for instance, the color is going to come out different? Generally, I'm not worried about that. I just think it's going to blend in, even if the colors are slightly different. You know, let's say if you have a large area of the same color, I think even they're slightly different, you know, depending on how you stitch it, you probably wouldn't notice the difference. So I generally just not worry about that. You know, it's too stressful to think about, oh, if you get a new batch of the same color in 6 months' time or 2 years' time, it's going to look different. I just leave it to fate. And also, you know, with the pieces, there's so many sort of color blends, you probably wouldn't be able to tell, you know. So here we go. Where shall I start? Shall I start from here? Yes, why not? I want to start somewhere that I can absolutely identify that is correct. Because, you know, if I start off the wrong spot, oh, disastrous. Lizzie says, nudge hoops helps keep the fabric tight. See, I'm so good at reading autocorrection and typos, because I too hate loose fabric and prefer it tight as drum. Yes, you're one of the normal people. I'm glad to hear that, Lizzie. Yeah, Nudge is quite good. Like this one is, let me show you. Let me quickly show you what is happening here. So I'm using wooden hoops. This is quite large, so I need to move around. But I want to show you the depths of this hoop here. So this is double the depths. Normally, they do regular ones as well. It's about half. I think it's about 6 millimeters, and this is 1.2 or maybe 1.6. I think it's 1.6 centimeter. So it's very thick. And what it does is, even if you screw it, pull it really tight, because the area is so spread out, it doesn't. I wouldn't say it would damage the fabric necessarily if it's more shallow, but it just has more area to hold it, in the sense that it's more support, and also it holds the tension quite well without kind of, because the area is much wider. I think it's gentler to the fabric, I think. So yes, it's definitely my favorite brand for hoops as well. So I've got quite a few of them. I always go for the deeper ones. It's got more depth. So I recommend it if you like hoops. Where am I? Here we go. And I love to try those frames, wooden frames or metal ones. I don't mind, but it's not practical for me because I've got so many pieces, and also I have to swap them, unless I just get one for every single project, which is not really practical to do that with frames, because they cost more and they're more bulky as well. So you literally need an entire room just to store them. So I like the flexibility of the hoops, even though it's a little bit more work for it to to hold attention. It can be done, even though I have to sacrifice some of them. Some of them don't make it to don't survive the process. It's just the way it is. Sarah says, if I stitch in hands, I roll from the side. Oh, I just haven't really sort of mastered the techniques for hand stitching. I just find my hands get tired within minutes. Because, not because of stitching, just by holding. You have to roll the fabric and then just hold it. And you have to constantly readjust the position of the fabric. That's just too much work. I love the fact that I can just free my hands like instantly. Everything's still there and I can come back to it. The tension is still good. So I think each to their own. I'm sure some people enjoy the filling. Aliens. But it doesn't make you feel like you're in, I don't know, Victorian time or something. I'm sure back then maybe they didn't have frames. Everybody's stitching in hands. But then they probably they weren't stitching projects like this. They probably do some samplers. It's a different kind of stitching. This is so nice. I love this fabric, and the tension is perfect. Michelle Fuller says, Yogi, I really love the piece you're stitching. There's so much to look at. I know. It's just explosion of things and colors and everything. So you never get bored. And also this way of stitching probably prevents me from, fatigue a lot more, because the shapes are changing all the time. So I'm looking at different formation of stitches. Whereas the previous version, 1.0, I started, I kind of stitch in order, because that was pretty much at the early stage when I started stitching sort of full coverage. So I was doing by the book, and I was doing from upper left, one block at a time, parking to the right, for about 6 months. I was just doing that. So the great thing about that way of stitching is obviously you get to see complete area like this. If you do block by block, you get each block completed and you build a picture that way. But the thing is, if you're working on, let's say I was doing diagonal and I was moving diagonal down, but very slowly, right? So it could be weeks and weeks and weeks. I'm looking at the same picture, the same visual. And then gradually you just get really fatigued. If you look at my little cake shop, I stitch the same way, and now I literally have to hide part of the stitch area fabric away, just so I don't get triggered by the fact that I've been looking at that portion of the pattern for God knows, multiple years. So I think the advantage of that way of stitching is very orderly, and also you get to see a picture completed as you move forward, right? But for me, visually, because I'm looking at it constantly, visually gets very fatigued for my eyes, and I get bored looking at it. Whereas this is like every single session, I look at different things, and if I get bored of this section, I can just freely move to another area, as long as I've got the location correctly. So, and this is working well for me right now. I really like the way I do it. And there's so much happening, and I like patterns like this. It's like a playground. You just go into different areas. It's like Disneyland. You just have different rides, even though you're in Disneyland. And very appropriate, because today we get a quote from Sarah. Is from Walt Disney. It's all coming back in a full circle, a beautiful full circle. There. That's very nice. And Nati says, I have to have a tight fabric. I tried to stitch in hand today. I was going crazy the whole time. Yes, it's not easy, isn't it? Because people who does hand stitching, they make it look so easy. If you watch Stitching Mummy, you just go, oh, that was like so much fun. And I bet it is. It's just, it creates a lot of stress for my hands, actually. Because when I'm stitching like this, I can go for hours. I stitch with you. The days we stitch for 10 hours for marathons, I'm fine. I never get sore, and it's perfectly fine. But I think if you stitch in hand, there's so much to manage with the hands, and you have to adjust, readjust, and every time you put it down, you pick it up, you have to readjust again. Oh, I don't know. Unless you're aliens, it's probably challenging. Lizzie is a great fan of Nudge as well. Yeah, They're quite well made. I mean, it's not, the hoop's got certain weaknesses that the screws could create problems sometimes, and that's why they sell spare ones, because they know that sometimes they break for some reason or go rusty. But other than that, the hoops themselves are quite, you know, robust and quite well made. I think it's a Turkish company, if I remember correctly. Here we go. I think I'm going to move it over here because I can. In fact, I'm going to do a yogi move. Okay, yogi move right here. So I finish my stitch here. The next stitch is actually right below. And if I take my thread directly over here, I am going to overlap, create very small floating thread, but it's kind of floating. Any length that's beyond 2 stitches, I try not to do that. So it's got about 4 or 5 stitches here. So in order to take my stitch over down here from there, I am going to take it away, just find a stitch here that I can hide a pin, little half pin down here. And that's what I called a yogi move. Yes. See you later, Nikki. And night-night to Nikki. Well, it's not night-night over there, but see you later. Maybe CrossFit time, right? CrossFit time for Nikki. Yes. Yes, Nikki does CrossFit. She's an athlete. So, and then when I come back, it means the floating thread's been taken away from the area, and then I can take it back to wherever I want. So yogi move right there, demonstration. Okay. See you later, Nikki. And Pascal as well. Night-night, Pascal. Enjoy the single whip. Hope you enjoy that. And come back for the next stream. It will be good to see you. Three stitches here. And I'll keep going till about midnight in the UK here. So we've got about 20 minutes. So I should be able to do a couple more colors. Time just flies by so quickly though when I'm stitching with you. I'm always shocked by what time it is. Three. Sarah says, we're all packed, just need to load the truck off to see the grandkids for a few days. Oh, how exciting. I'll try to pop in and say hello. Good night, everyone. Sarah, night-night, and enjoy your time with the family, with the grandkids. And sending my love to you and the family. Hope you enjoy. And I like the term loading the truck. You know, it's not something that you hear very often in the UK. People probably hire Uber or something, or maybe they drive, but it wouldn't be a truck. That sounds so American. Here, I'll probably take it over here. It's just so pretty. It's like technique color of just explosion of on the fabric. I mean, this part of the fabric, this part of the pattern is actually, it feels even more colorful, because if you look at the upper left there was a lot, there's a lot of blue. If I show you the mock-up. So the last 1.0 of this project, I started from the left there. There's a lot of yellow and a large area of blue and yellow there, and then a lot of red. Whereas where I'm starting here, it's literally anything goes. It's just got so much going on here. I love it. It feels like a completely different pattern, different experience. It's really, really amazing. So 2 here, I am and for a piece so large, I always wonder whether they had some sort of test stitching done. I don't know how accurate those software, whether they just trust the software, the charting software, and it would just come out right, or do they actually, have people stitching out certain sections just to make sure that it comes out nicely. But I'm just thinking, with heaven and earth, they've got so many patterns, it's probably unlikely they do something like that. But I don't know if GeckoRouge, they do it. Lakika, hello. Lakika says, made it. Hello, stitchy friends. Hello to you, Lakika. What have you been doing? I need full report. Why are you late for the class? Good to see you. So are you stitching today? And what are you stitching? And I'm glad Lakika has made it in to play the Guess My Stitches with us. Lakika is saying, oh, I've just arrived. You're playing Guess My Stitches. That's what happens when you're late for the class. And Lakika says, I'm helping a neighbor walking their dog and making dinner for my family. How lovely. Okay, then. I'll let you off the hook, since you're being a lovely human being, helping the neighbors and cooking dinner for your loved ones. And today's Guess My Stitches is going to be very tricky, you know, even more trickier than usual. Just look at the formation of the stitches. And I've been going everywhere, literally. So I am going to do one more color. I think this one is almost finished. And then I am going to pick another color, and that would be the final color of my choice. Just one more stitch here. I think I've got enough thread here. Lovely. Very nice. So I am going to pick the final color for this session. Look at this. So what should I go for the last color? And you guys can start, you know, contemplating on your number today, okay? I'm going to keep you guessing. So the last stitch, the last color could involve a lot of stitches or maybe only one. Who knows? I don't know. I'm going to just pick a color I like. What should I go for then? I can stick around this area. I like something bold. I don't want air stitching at this point, okay? Why don't I do, you know, I started with 310. Why don't I end with 310 as well, but not block stitching? I'm gonna pick an area that's got 310 involved, but not in a block like this. Like you can say, is it gets the stitches already? I know this is a few minutes before midnight in London, and yeah, you're late for the class, you know. I'll teach you. But we always have the replay. Okay, so watch the replay. And okay, I'm gonna come down here and maybe pick a 310, see if we, yes, there's a nice flow of 310 here. That's what I'm going to end today's session with. That'll be very nice. Full circle stitching. So it's number 16, 310 for you. I'll pick a strand and see how far I can go with this. So a few more stitches go, okay? When it comes to 310, it involves more than one stitches most of the time. Rochelle says, I use the Nerge quota hoop. It has wooden blocks with screws through them. I find the holes of fabric even better. Is it the ones that's really deep? I have seen ones that is described, categorized as quotas hoop, really deep. What? How are they normally used? Is it good for this type of stitching? I have seen them. I just don't know. Not sure that's the. I should get them. They're kind of like a slightly kind of like funnel shape, and the sides are quite deep. Are those the ones you're referring to, I wonder? So I'm going to start here, guys, and I've got a few stitches to go, okay? So take that into consideration for your numbers today. So let's see who is going to be the winner of this Tuesday night. Every day we have a new winner, even though Saturday, Amy Day, is a special category. So the weekend, you know, Saturday winner is on its own category because sometimes we do marathons on Saturdays. So, so winners of the Saturday sessions are in its own category. And so if you win on Saturdays, literally you cannot be beaten till the following Saturday. So that's how it works. But the daily ones, oh, look at what's happening here. But the daily ones are replaced every day, okay? This is how the system works. There you go. I'm just making it up as it goes along. And it works. It's a beautiful system. Why can't I find the other corner here? Kristen says, it's getting to be the stitchy time. Last color. Here we go. So some 310 stitching coming up, but not block stitching. Okay, I still need to refer to the pattern quite carefully. But it's nice to end with a strong color for the night. And to be honest, tonight throughout, the color choices have been quite colorful, isn't it? I mean, it's just, there are some pale colors happening here, but not, you know, overall, very, very bright colors. I love it. Let me have a look here. Just one stitch over here. So I still few stitches to go. I'll see how far I can go with this before I turn into a pumpkin. And it's quite interesting that even though this is midnight over here, for a lot of you, still broad daylight. Maybe you just had your lunch. So here we go. Every stitcher is living in a different time zone, but we're stitching here together. How remarkable. All right. And if you enjoy our daily stitching, support me with the channel membership. It's a choice. It's not mandatory, okay? It's a choice. And I'll, you know, get my head thinking, see what we can do together with the members, do something nice. But every day we're here with everybody. Oh, everybody's coming up with the numbers, even though I'm still stitching. Oh, all right. You can start to come up with numbers. And Marilyn's got 7 stitches done. You have, or I have? Make it clear, because we have stitchers announcing the number of stitches they've done. Okay. But of course, you want to guess how many I've done. So, and your guess is just as good as mine. And if you're new to this game, okay, all you have to do, if you've been lurking for a while, you know, or literally you just stumble, you just come across the channel randomly through the magic of algorithm, and you're going, what is what is happening here? What do you mean guess my stitches? How do I guess? I have no idea. But that's the whole point. That's why you guess. Or otherwise it'd be count my stitches. That would be a different kind of game, okay? maybe we'll play that one at some point. But this one is for you to guess. And literally, you just come up with a number. Your guess is just as good as mine. I'm stitching, you know, this piece, but I have no idea how many stitches I've done. I have no clue. But the app is counting, okay? Every stitch, every move I make is captured. And we will get an accurate number at the end. The apps don't lie, you know. And I'll do one more row here, I think. We're literally 4 minutes before midnight here. Let me do this one. Last row. There are a few more to go, but I think I'm gonna have these final 3 stitches, guys. Final 3. And at the same time, let me bring on our super duper guess my stitches machine. I know you see it every day, the regulars, but I'm sure you're impressed every time you look at it. Okay, let's have a look. Boom. Yes, that's our guess my stitches machine there. It's high-tech stuff, okay? Don't be fooled by the appearance. It's high-tech, okay? It's got intricate system built in. The capture all the numbers that you come up with, okay? And then we're going to go through them and see who is going to be our winner today. So this is my last stitch here. Beautiful, ending with 310. And let me do a little tuck in here. Beautiful. And while you're coming up with your number, contemplating and counting, maybe rewind and count. I'm sure some of you do that. Aliens. And okay, let me dot this back on my board, and I'm going to give you a quick recap. Okay, you still have a few moments here, but be quick. Okay, and lurkers, come forward. You're welcome to lurk again afterwards, but for now, come forward and throw a number out there. It's good fun. Play with us. Play with us. And who knows, you might be the winner today. Okay, so today I have Pokemon and my cupcake here to guard my needles. And this is what's happening today with my fabric. Okay, so start from center, middle center with this piece, epic piece. This is called Craft Cupboard. From GeckoRouge, kitted by GeckoRouge, and it's charted by them, and it's artwork by Collin Thompson. So if you're familiar with jigsaw puzzles, you probably heard of the name. And all the pieces, all the designs are intricate and interesting. You know, it's the interesting mind of the artist. I really appreciate it, and it brings me so much joy. So today, I started with some 310 stitching and finished with some 310 stitching. So, and in between, I fill in some of this area, creating more details here and shading here. So I'm very, very happy. A little bit of blue colors here as well. And time flies. I can't believe it's you know, at the end of our session here. So let me show you the markup. You've never seen it before. Quickly have a look. It's gorgeous, and it's full of secrets and surprises. And so I can't wait to move forward with this piece here. And let me come back to our Guess My Stitches machine here, and let me go through your submission today. Okay, so we know who is going to win our prizes and to be our winner today. So it doesn't have to be spot on. You just need to be the closest. So yeah, very easy here. So live with Natty's 389. Okay, Betty guessing. Yes, we're all guessing 446 tonight. Wow, Betty, you're my favorite. And Marilyn 370. And let's have a look. Lakika 310. Lakika just joined us and is playing the game with us. And Kristen S 412. And Marilyn I'm only at 203. Is that your number? Okay. So that's 203 is Marilyn's number. Laura, 323. And Senga is telling us how many stitches she's done. 541. Congratulations. And Susan, 383. Lona, 287. Captain Squirrel, 232. And Michelle Fuller, 315. Catherine, yes. Catherine, are you unlurking yourself? Well done. 304. And Lizzie, 350. Rochelle, I think Rochelle might be on rewind. I think Rochelle is replying to the who question. But Rochelle, if you can hear me, come up with the number, okay? Until I reveal the number, you still have your chance. So let's have a look. Guys, are you ready? Let's look at the app here. And let me zoom out a little bit. This is where I am at the very bottom. If you just joined us, this is the epic piece that I restarted a while ago, okay? About a month ago. Here we are. So are you ready for the reveal? 3, 2, who will be our winner tonight? And 1. Here. Dun, dun, dun. Oh my God, really? 564. Serious? Even I'm surprised. Can it be? 564? That doesn't sound like me at all. Have we got some sort of mystery stitches that kind of got added? Is it possible, regulars? You know me. That doesn't look like my number. But I have not marked anything by accident, I don't believe. Okay, 364 then. I started from 0, right? You guys saw it. I didn't touch it. And we've got 564. So who is the winner today? Who's got the highest number? I suspect whoever's got the highest number will be our winner today. Betty, 446. 446 looks like a candidate today. And am I correct? So Betty's got the highest number, 446. And all 310s maybe. Yes, Marilyn, very, very good point. We've got a lot of 310s. That's why block stitching are, is fast. So there you go. It may be correct. 564. So I think Betty could be the winner tonight. 446. I'm sorry, I can't highlight it. My chat panel is broken, but well done, well done. It's our Betty today. Well done. Betty's our winner. Well done, Laura's alien. Well, it's not 1,000. It's not 1,000. If I keep going for another 10 hours, I might make it to 500. But I think block stitching is a very good point. This bit probably has about 100, right? So I just kept going. I wasn't thinking about it. So maybe, whenever I want to break records, I just come back to this bit to do it. Thank you, guys. Yes, bring on the buffet for me. And who was that again? Oh, yes, it's Betty Hankins and me. Okay, yes, Betty, this is your night. Okay, I win every night. So every day I enjoy the glory, but today is you and me today, Betty. So enjoy the buffet that's brought up by everybody here. Yes, and Lakika has brought up the chocolate and the emoji that I created with my little hands with my power tools, okay? And a lot of yummy goodies. Betty enjoyed the night. Tonight is your night. And so from here, this is 7 past midnight from the sleepy London down. And Yogi signing out. Marilyn's got power snacks, power drinks, and all, all the lovely emojis. And I will see you tomorrow. So if you don't know already, tomorrow is Stitch Whatever You Want Day. So we are releasing the Monday and Wednesday Saturdays and free them up for freestyle stitching. So come to join me and stitch whatever you want, okay? And then if you don't know what a plan is going forward, I'll give you another update tomorrow. So Thank you guys. If you haven't joined the membership, join the fun and support me on this daily stitching with you. Thank you so much for your support and come to see me every day. And until tomorrow, until the next session, night night everyone. We've got 99 emoji there. Okay, so use it, members, and I'll see you in the next session. Night night. Good night, everyone.